All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 7:04 p.m. This is the regularly scheduled July meeting of ANC2A. We'll go ahead and get started off with commissioner introductions, starting off in numerical order.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keaton DeCapo. I'm Vice Chair of ANC2A. I represent 2A01, which is the southeastern end of Foggy Bottom. Includes the York, the Empire, the Statesman, and the Letterman, as well as Thurston Hall, 1959 E Street. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tripti Patel, she, her pronouns. I represent Single Member District 2A03, which is the majority of the historic Foggy Bottom, and I am the chairperson of ANC2A.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ed Comer. I represent SMD 2A04, which includes the Watergate, the western portion of historic Foggy Bottom south of K Street, and from 24th Street, more or less, south to the Lincoln Memorial. We've got the Kennedy Center and a small portion of the memorial included, and a lot of waterfront. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Jim Malik. I am the commissioner for Single Member District 2A08, which includes West End Place, the Avenue, the President, and a whole bunch of other fantastic buildings and homes. It's great to be here.
Hi everyone, my name is Sean Youngstone. I'm also the treasurer. I represent 2A09. This includes 2400 and 2424 Pennsylvania Avenue, the Varsity on K, St. Mary's Court, GW Hospital, and a good number of GW student housing.
Thank you, colleagues, for introductions. After introductions have been done, it is established that quorum has been reached. There are 5 out of 9 commissioners present, so we can go ahead and get the meeting started. I am going to motion for unanimous consent on the adoption of the agenda. Just do a thumbs up. I don't need to hear anybody. All right. Moving on to the next item. It's the approval of the ANC.
I have a question, point of order. I think in part of the roll call, we should acknowledge and announce that Commissioner May Yang has resigned.
Commissioner Comer, I was going to do that in commissioner updates.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the only reason why I didn't say anything.
I didn't see that there, but that's fine.
Yeah, I understand, like, yes, that should be addressed and announced, but I was going to do that at a later point in the meeting. All right. Is there anything else further? May I proceed? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next section of the agenda is the adoption of ANC2A's regular ANC2A June minutes. Secretary Comer, are there any last minute additions or amendments that you have added since this minutes have been posted to the public?
No.
Okay.
I have received no requests for changes.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Comer. Based on that, I'm going to move for unanimous consent on the approval of the minutes. Thumbs up. All right, moving on. Going on to section 2, which is administrative matters. Section A is ANC2A August 2025 regular meeting update. I have verified with the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, the acronym is OANC, that we have held enough meetings that I am going to go ahead and cancel our August meeting and that we are going to reconvene for the month of September. I figured I owed all of you a gift for bearing with some incredibly long meetings to get us caught up and get our budget priorities. So please enjoy the recess for the month of August. And so if there is unanimous consent on that, Commissioner Malik?
Before we move to a vote or asking for unanimous consent, I would like to ask my colleagues for a verbal commitment, such as it is, that if there is business in August pertaining to the GW PUD modification request that we're being presented on tonight, that we will be able to hold a special meeting in August to deal with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, because I think we need either the chair to call it or we need three commissioners to call it. So as long as we have three of us, I'm fine with that, and I'm fine recessing the regular meeting.
Commissioner Malik, did you have anything else before I proceeded? Okay, so just as kind of like a flow thing, there are, like, if there is a need for an emergency meeting, I just need three people to call it. Like, so like
Well,
I said, I would just appreciate like keeping with the flow. I understand that there could be important business that could come up in the month of August, but the theme is that DC Council is going into recess. We're pretty much handling all important and urgent business in this meeting. If GW, when the university presents later on, we can ask their timeline is. And you've already stated this in writing to your colleagues for this, and we've already acknowledged this.
may I be recognized?
Yes.
So we voted on a schedule, on a calendar of meetings. In order to change that, we have to vote to amend that calendar of meetings. That is what you're asking for right now. I am asking for clarification from my colleagues about whether or not they would agree to ask for a special meeting in that scenario, because I don't want to vote to cancel that August meeting if there's potentially going to be something important to my single member districts that would be missed if we did not meet during that period. So I think that's a reasonable request. I think this is the debate on what the chair is asking for. So I think it's a reasonable time to raise this issue. I don't think there's anything even remotely out of line about asking this question right now. And for the record, this was very lightly discussed via email. There was no commitment made about whether or not we would definitely call a special meeting in that situation. So I just want to do my due diligence and make sure that we agree that that will happen. And two of my colleagues have said that they would support that, so I'm fine. But I just think it's, I don't need to be called out for asking this question. It's a reasonable question to ask.
So colleagues, I'm just asking that you respect me trying to keep the flow of the meeting going. You are asking me to address certain situations in a not appropriate section. That's it. And I would just appreciate your cooperation. That's all I'm asking for.
Chair,
But
this is a totally appropriate point to raise this
Point of
issue
order.
because you're asking for us to change the meeting schedule. So when else would I ask this? Like, this is completely appropriate.
Commissioner Comer, you raised a point of order. Go ahead.
Second for the motion, and do we have a second?
I wasn't even allowed to move it, Commissioner Comer, before Commissioner Malik interrupted me. This is why I've asked, please respect the flow. So I'll go ahead and move it. Commissioner Comer, are you asking to be the second of record?
No.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Chair Patel, seconded by Commissioner Youngstone. Commissioner Malik, you want to?
Yeah, it is incorrect to say that you were not allowed to make the motion because you were interrupted. You asked for unanimous consent. That implies there is a motion. Like, you literally started the process of asking for a vote on a motion to amend the schedule by asking if you could have unanimous consent for it. So I just want to point that out.
Colleagues, do I have any further questions or comments on this topic? Okay, seeing none. Do members of the public have any questions or comments? Okay, seeing no questions or comments from members of the public and seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, I'll go ahead and do this vote by Robert's rules, divisions of the House in numerical order.
Yes.
Chair Patel is a yes.
Commissioner Comer is a yes.
Abstain.
Yes.
Okay, canceling the August recess has passed. Moving on to the next agenda item. This is to go ahead and figure out our October meeting date to be finalized. Executive Director Shalem did send a document to colleagues. Edie Shellis, if you could have the document pulled up. And I do also want to add to this calendar, and apologies. In Hinduism, Diwali is recognized on Monday, October 20th, and it's a 5-day holiday. It actually starts on October 18th, and it goes all up. I think it goes all the way up into the 23rd. But I know the 20th is the main holiday.
I have a question. My calendar says that our meeting was scheduled for the 15th.
That is correct, Commissioner Comer. As you can see, there is a Jewish holiday on the 15th. And so members of the public requested a new meeting date. And we tabled it at the time. So given the fact that we are recessing in the month of August, I figured it would be a better practice to determine the October date this month rather than trying to shift it a little bit last minute in the September meeting. And so I'm asking colleagues to see if there are some dates outside of that. Apologies, let me look at my October calendar. To keep the Wednesday tradition of meeting on Wednesdays, that would leave us meeting either October 22nd or October 29th.
I'm fine with either date.
Okay, Commissioner Youngstone, you're fine with either date. Commissioner Malik, do either of those dates work for you?
Yeah, I'm fine with either day.
Okay, Vice Chairperson DeCapo.
I'm fine with either, would prefer the 22nd.
Okay. I see Commissioner Comer is looking at his calendar, so
I'm fine with the 22nd, not the 29th.
okay. After hearing feedback from all colleagues, it seems there is a consensus, and the best date would be Wednesday, October 22nd. Executive Director Shellis, I see your hand is raised, please.
Yeah, we have someone in the public, and I just want to hear them because sometimes they have holiday days that maybe I could have missed.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna tentatively move a motion that we are going to reschedule our October meeting date to, I said, the 22nd. Do I have further questions or comments from colleagues before I turn over to the member of the public?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, it's moved by Chair Patel, seconded by Commissioner Comer. If you're a member of the public and you had a question or a comment, go ahead and raise your hand.
Well, I put it in the comments. The 22nd is fine, but the 15th, the holiday on the 15th is over at sunset, and you guys don't usually meet before that, so.
Thank you, Sarah. I think that got flagged as please don't meet on that date at a previous meeting. So we just wanted to be mindful and respectful of that. But thank you for your comments. Next person.
Hello, this is Dana Taysom Burgess. I'm a board member from the Arts Club of Washington, and the chat was disabled when the issue of August meeting came up. So we have a group of individuals that are actually here following the GW proposal issue. And if something occurs in August, which is of importance, then we would appreciate the commissioners convening.
Sir, the topic is not germane. Your comment is not germane to the topic.
Your chat's not working, so we're trying to understand the process since there are a bunch of us here as to how to make comment at appropriate times.
When there's discussion, the usual procedure is to use the hand raise feature in the chat to signal that you would like to make a comment, and then you can be promoted.
Okay, we appreciate that, and I'm just making note that if an issue comes up with the GW proposal, you have a constituency that is interested and hopeful that the commissioners would meet. Thank you.
All right. This is the last call from members of the public on this topic. If you have a comment or a question, please raise your hand, *9 if you're on the phone. If not, I will go ahead and motion to take a vote on this. Going to go ahead and do this by division of the House. Robert's rules. Numerical order. Vice Chairperson DeCappo, go ahead.
Yes, on the 22nd.
Chairperson Patel is yes.
Comer is yes.
Abstain?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 4-0-1 or 4-1-0. Can never remember the order. Okay, and then next, two items up under administrative matters are going to actually be under Commissioner Youngstone.
Yes. So the first matter, so our executive director, Shalem Sellis, was hired last summer with a contract I believe was signed in July and sort of beginning work with us the previous August. We've been told that if we wish to renew her contract for another year, we're required to do so in a public meeting. So I'm going to be, and depending on preference from colleagues, this can either be one vote or two votes, but I'm going to be moving that we renew her contract for the following year, and that we also, she's currently paid $1,500 a month for her work with the commission. And I'm going to be recommending that we increase that amount to $1,550 a month to account for inflation as a cost of living adjustment.
I'll second that.
Okay. So everyone's okay with bundling those as one vote? Okay. Are there any questions from anyone before the motion? Or I guess do I have to move it before we have questions?
You moved it. You just need to have a second. I believe Commissioner Malik has his hand raised. Are you motioning to be the second for the record?
I think Commissioner Comer seconded the motion.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I said
Okay.
I would second.
I
Okay.
was just going to ask Commissioner Youngstone to touch on the budgetary implications of this.
Oh, yes. So, our budget for the coming year, we over allocated for personnel matters. So the increase in pay for the executive director does not require any adjustment to the amount of money that we currently have budgeted for personnel costs. All right. All right. We good to move to a vote? Do we have any other discussion necessary? Okay.
All right, Commissioner Youngstone, before we can vote, we have to go to members of the public for this. If
Okay.
you're a member of the public, you have a question or comment about this, please raise your hand and you will be recognized.
Am I recognized?
You sure are.
Thank you very much. I would like to know the scope of work. I'm particularly interested if the executive director reads the DC Register weekly, and if the executive director also reviews the ABCA weekly listings of all the different cases. And I will be discussing that later in this agenda, but both of those things I think are important for the executive director to do. Are they in the position description?
So we're not voting on the specifics of the position description. We're just voting on sort of whether to renew employment.
But I don't think you can make that decision unless you are happy. You might want to amend it to include the things that should be included in the position description. That's why I'm asking it. This is the appropriate time to ask it.
I don't believe so personally, unless my colleagues disagree.
As far as I'm aware, I don't think this is the proper time to discuss that. This is more of a budgetary matter and a contractual renewal and not specifics of a job description. I could be mistaken. I wasn't here when she was hired, but as I understand it, that's what it is.
Yeah, we're not voting on any details about sort of the specifics of the job.
You recognize Commissioner Comer.
I think the position description is a relevant issue. We're not voting on it right now, but I do think it's relevant. We've had some discussions. To my knowledge, the things that Ms. Kalo has identified are not in the position description. And I personally would have some concern that they would add a tremendous amount of time to the position. But you know, if it's important, I think we could discuss it at another point once we finish this motion.
And colleagues Youngstone and Vice Chairperson DeCapo, you're both correct. This is not the appropriate venue and time to discuss job responsibilities.
May I ask when it would be?
If you'd like to bring it up in public comment, it can be discussed then.
Okay, I will do so. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Malik?
Yeah, I just want to say for the record, I actually do think that the job description and scope of work should be part of the contract. And I've expressed this to my colleagues. I respect that my position on this is not the majority position, but we have had some conversations about what the job description looks like, what the responsibilities of the ED should be. I expect that those conversations will continue. But we are overall very happy with the job that our executive director has done. We want to make sure that she stays with us for the next year. So it's, I think, the view of this commission that it would like to move forward in this way. I don't necessarily agree with that, but we'll keep having that conversation.
Yeah, if we want to discuss those details in the future, we can. But as far as I'm aware, the only things that we're required to put to a vote are the time and the pay. Yeah, the other things I think can be adjusted on an ad hoc basis if necessary.
Any further questions or comments from colleagues before we go ahead and conduct a vote on this? Commissioner Youngstown, you have moved this, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there has been a second of record already established.
Yes.
Okay, I would go ahead and call the vote. It's going to go by division of the House, numerical order.
Yes.
Chair Patel is a yes.
Commissioner Comer is a yes.
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 Thank you, gentlemen. Unanimous consent. And that finishes the administrative matters section. We're going to go ahead.
There was a second item there that I had. I think I mentioned this in an email before but I was hoping to bring forward a verbal resolution. So just to provide a little context sort of before I bring it forward. ANC2A has had a history of sort of issues with tax filings, where I believe there were in the past a number of tax filings that went through after deadlines, and more recently there was some paperwork which was failed to be filed after the departure of a previous executive director. The result is that we have a number of pending fines from a number of different tax collection agencies, including both the IRS and the DC government. It's fairly complex with a number of different sources of those fines, some of which I believe are ones that we should not have to be required to pay due to the circumstances at work. However, resolving them is something that requires a significant time investment and would involve whoever sort of takes the responsibility of doing so, both sort of making extended calls and visits to offices during sort of ordinary 9 to 5 Monday through Friday working hours. Given that members of the commission, for the most part, don't seem to have the time availability to do that on their own, I think it would be wise for us to pursue external help with this issue. I have had some conversations with OANC, and they have a fund available for expert assistance that ANCs are allowed to request access to. So what I'm going to be moving is a motion that we request money from the ONC Expert Assistance Fund in order to hire external accountants services to resolve these tax issues.
I will second that.
Okay. Are there any questions from colleagues? Are there any questions from the public?
Am I recognized?
You are recognized.
Thank you.
Yes.
This is Barbara Kalo. Traditionally, when you have problems of this nature, you hire a lawyer instead of an accountant to handle it. So I would recommend that you at least broaden the resolution to have the proper professional help, either a lawyer or accountant or both.
Yeah, I'm fine wording it just like professional help with sort of the matter. We do have a specific person who's reached out to us and offered to assist. So most likely they would, if we do get the money, they would be the first person.
Do I have any further questions or comments from members of the public? Seeing no further questions or comments from the public, seeing that there are no further questions or comments from colleagues, we're going to go ahead and go to a vote on this. We're going to go ahead and do this by division of the House. Commissioner Vice Chairperson DeCapo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is a yes.
Secretary Comer is a yes.
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 Thank you, colleagues. Commissioner Youngstown, have we finished all matters under administrative matters? I apologize.
Yes.
Because when you said you bundled it, I treated it as an actual bundle. So
Oh, sorry.
that-
What I meant was I was previously bundling the renewal of the executive director's contract and the increase in pay.
Not a problem.
Apologies for any lack of clarity.
No problem. Okay. Moving on to the next section, which is the community forum section. If we have a member of MPD present, please raise your hand and you will be promoted.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I'm assuming everyone can hear me and that my phone is working properly. So somebody wave or acknowledge.
We can hear you.
All right, fantastic. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, sitting here in the dark, trying to read my little notes. Let's see how this works out. As far as ANC2A's crime over the last 30 days, I guess since we last spoke, by a count of 10, it has decreased. Now, we had one robbery, which was on the 25th, and that was actually a parking enforcement officer was writing a ticket. Someone came up and snatched the ticket writer from her hand. I think by the letter of the law, that was a robbery, but by what people consider there's robberies in the neighborhood, I don't think that quite counts. That case was closed by an arrest within a day or two. We had 2 burglaries, both of which are at the exact same address in the 500 block of 23rd Street. The second one was likely the same suspect as the first and was interrupted by the police. Video shows the police looking through the window with a flashlight and the suspect crawling flat on the floor, trying to evade detection and making good his escape out the back. Unfortunately, because of the location, police only have access to the back of the facility. So in that case, I expect to be closed very soon, as there is incredibly good video with very, very close-up detailed face shots so that someone will know who this person is. And then motor vehicle thefts, there were 2. One of them in near 22nd and F, vehicle was left with the keys in the ignition and the door running. Individual jumped out, ran inside, came back, the car was gone. It was recovered in an alley, I believe, the next day. And then the second one near 23rd and Virginia Avenue, where an individual, dropped their keys in the drain, I believe, and left them there and came back later in the day, and the keys and the vehicle were gone. So, wow, if you look at them from a statistics standpoint, it's troubling when you actually have the facts in front of you. These cases are not all that concerning. The significant drop in thefts, this same period last year, there was 28 reported thefts. This 30 days, 19. I attribute that almost entirely to the closure of the CVS. So I think we're going to see that over the whole next year, those numbers decrease. Aside from the burglaries that will likely be closed, I sent out an email the other night. There was a fire under K Street the other night. It's loosely related to the encampment activity in the area. There were 2 arrests made. The U.S. Park Police responded, as well as the fire department and MPD. There was some jurisdictional debate, but everybody works together as far as that goes. And Park Police recovered a significant amount of stolen items tucked up under there, mopeds, generators, and all sorts of things. So it was a good closure. The fire was put out quickly. Individual admitted to having a small fire and it getting out of control. The mayor's office on encampments was brought into the loop on that. So hopefully they can tie that into some of the other issues we have there at 26th and L with some of the tents and the ongoing problems. As far as that area specifically goes, the van was removed. Those of you that are aware of that white van, we got some of the trash picked up, although it is still an ongoing problem. It's kind of on the backside of the park on the 26th and L. Let me see. There's been some reports of an encampment in the...
Lieutenant Captain, let me just mention, it is also 26th and K, the other side of K Street. There is a playground and dog park that we're waiting to get finished real soon. So it's a sensitive area to a number of people.
Oh, yes, yes. So when I drive through there, I kind of make the loop. I come up past the park off of K, then I have to loop back around and then come back down and cut over because you can't go across K at that spot, and then come up and check. So I noticed the benches that the gentleman was sleeping on have been removed. The brick, concrete, stone benches, those are gone. I'm not sure if they're coming back or not, but he left certainly when the benches were no longer there. And then everything, of course, fenced off. But I definitely make a point to pay attention to that area because it is off the beaten path unless you know it's there. And then obviously the folks that are right there are looking at it every day. So 23rd and Constitution west, south of the Institute of Peace, there is a growing encampment. I spoke with an occupant the other day. It was an interesting conversation. But that's been brought up to the mayor's office for encampments as well, just for awareness and for them to do the things that they do. A couple of points that I always bring up. Remember, 911 is not 311. If you need the police, 911 it is. 311 is a great app on your phone. You can submit things for trash or abandoned cars or that kind of thing, and it allows you to upload photos. It kind of does a GPS location, and it definitely gives you a tracking number and allows everybody to kind of be on the same page. Never leave your vehicle running and unattended. Never leave anything in your vehicle. Be selective where you park. Don't lock your bike to anything. Modern tools will remove it before you've walked down the street. One last thing, recent uptick in gym locker thefts. There's a couple of repeat addresses that I don't remember off the top of my head, but they've happened around. People are locking, obviously, wallet, keys in their gym locker while they go do their thing, and when they come back, items are gone. I don't know where the detectives are with the case, and I'm just kind of loosely putting things together. But I wanted to put it out there for those of you that may frequent area gyms. Just be careful. People may be watching what you put in and waiting to take it out. If anyone is interested, I have some more information specifically about curfews, the mayor and chief's extended curfew, juvenile curfew zones. There was some questions about that on the last meeting or so. I have it if you want to ask. Otherwise, that is all I have.
Thank you, Lieutenant Howden. Do I have any questions or comments from colleagues before I move to members of the public? Seeing no questions or comments from colleagues, if you're a member of the public, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you. Okay. If you're a member of the public and you have a question or comment for Lieutenant Howden, please raise your hand. Star 9 if you are on the phone. Okay, seeing no questions or comments from members of the public and seeing no further questions. I do see an individual keeps raising their hand and putting it down. I'm not sure if they have a question or a comment or they're just not able.
They're just very excited. They're trying to raise their hands.
Edie Shellis, could you go ahead and promote that person? I don't know if they're having an issue.
Lieutenant Howden, I was curious, the burglary you mentioned in the 500 block of 23rd Street, are you saying, and I believe you're referring to the Columbia Plaza Market, are you saying that the perpetrator was arrested and that case is essentially closed?
No, I am not. Unfortunately, so there was an incident in June, right? There was some video. We were aware that it happened. Detectives were working on the case. The other night, when this most recent call came out, there were some callers that saw an individual in the alley. police responded. And because of the prior knowledge of that address and location, we had a little bit more to work with. And we got there and interrupted the suspect. Unfortunately, we couldn't get in the front door to immediately go in and search the location. So officers came, they checked the front door secure, and utilizing his flashlight, the officer is scanning through the store. I don't know if you're familiar, well, it sounds like you are, with the location, but the office is the front door to the left. Individual left that location there in the left of the store and crawled to the back, eluding detection by the officers out front. In a normal circumstance, a standalone building or strip center, that sort of thing, or even a residence, officers would go to the front and the back or the sides if that applied, so that you kind of got the place surrounded. Not able to be done at that location because of the layout. So the suspect was able to egress probably through the same way they got in and avoid detection. However, in this case, there is significantly better CCTV footage to the point that, I mean, the photo I saw, it looked better than a driver's license photo. The individual will be located. So it has not been closed to my knowledge, but I've been asleep all day, so they may have made an arrest even just in the last few hours. But I have every belief that the case will be closed, and if not, we definitely know the routine for the person. So should they come back around a third time, which, gosh, we'll be even quicker on it. So unfortunately, we didn't catch him the other night. We spent the whole night kind of lamenting that. It was like, man, wouldn't that have been great? So,
Well,
but
thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, no problem. Real quick, everybody, my email address, michael.howden@dc.gov. Please, anytime you have questions or concerns, feel free to reach out. Always available.
Thank you, Lieutenant Howden. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks.
All right, and the next item up under this section is a report from ANC 2A's appointee from the Aston, Kat. UD Shellis, could you go ahead and promote the ANC 2A nominee? Oh, there he is. Hi, Chris. You've been promoted.
Excellent, great. And good evening, everybody. So this was actually very brief. It was a very upbeat meeting, lots of good news. We have a new co-chair, Keaton DeCapo. Welcome, Keaton. With the DHS, I was just going down my agenda notes here. The DHS, they said they had no real new updates to give, but they are working on the quarterly report, which this quarterly report should come out this week. And so far, they have they're pleased with the report, and I guess with the information that are in that's going to be distributed. Currently, there are 87 residents, and 9 are scheduled for, I guess, over this month. I can't remember if they said over this month or the next 2 months. And then DHS, or excuse me, that was DHS. DHS continued with, they had 2 volunteer events last month at the Aston. One was on the 13th of June. There was a DC Arts workshop for the residents there. And the 24th of June, they, So Others Might Eat held a health screening, and they actually had 30 participants from the Aston that were there. Then DGS told us that, which I thought was kind of strange, because I thought the roof was behind us. I know that sounds funny. But they said they're in the final throes of awarding the roof contract, and that should happen in August or September. And then they are also looking to get a full generator replacement. So that generator, they've started working on that. And then Friendship Place, oh, it was Friendship Place that reported the volunteer activity, but there wasn't much else that they reported. And then I believe, Keaton, if you remember this, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there now is a permanent certificate of occupancy for the Aston. I believe that was announced. Yes. Okay. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Malik, you're recognized.
Thank you. Has there been any incidents or concerns reported by members of the community regarding any aspect of the Aston or its operations since the most recent CAT meeting?
None that I have received.
Was that question raised at the CAT meeting by any chance?
Yes.
Any further questions or comments from colleagues? All right. Chris, thank you for the update as always. We are working on getting you a new partner in crime, although you have been fantastic in holding it down. I just want to highlight and say it is extremely thrilling news to hear that they have received their permanent certificate of occupancy. It has been a long, crazy road for the Aston to get it. So I'm beyond thrilled to hear that. Unfortunately, my work schedule has me working doubles on Mondays, so that's why I can no longer even attend the CAT meetings anymore. I have to try to catch up and watch them on recordings. So that's really great. And it's also it's also excellent to hear that they are starting to go ahead and create the space and do the work for the generator and the elevator modernization project. That was a good budget win for ANC2A. Was really thrilled when Councilmember Matt Fruman's team came back and said they could get that for us. So just glad that was recognized and acknowledged in the CAT meeting. I got appreciation for you. You have to stick around because I have to make sure members of the public don't have questions or comments for you. But I just wanted to say thank you. If you're a member of the public and you have any questions or questions or comments for Chris Labus, our ANC2A appointee, please raise your hand and we'll recognize you. Hi, Sarah. You've been promoted.
I'd like to know how, or if it's possible for a referral to be made for someone to live at the Aston, and to begin with, is it only for multiple roommate, like family groups? Can a single person be housed there?
Am I still on? Yes. Okay. Yes. Sarah, I think what you would want to do is, I think that is possible. But you want to start or they would want to start the process with DHS, if I'm not mistaken. So you'd have to go contact DHS and they'll guide you through the process or guide that person through the process.
Oh, wow. That's a daunting task to get the person connected with DHS.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a stopper. Okay, well, that's the answer. That's useless, but thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Commissioner Malik?
Yeah, I would just say if anyone is not sure who to reach out to at DHS, you can certainly contact the ANC's CAT appointees. right now, Chris and the vice chair. You also are always welcome to contact your commissioners or anyone on the commission, and they should be able to make sure that your message gets passed through to the right person.
Yep. Yes. You could always contact me. I'll put my email in the chat right now. Okay, there you go.
Thank you so much, Chris. I don't have any further questions or comments, and I believe my colleagues don't. So, as always, very much appreciate all the work that you do on behalf of the commission as one of our appointees.
Well, thank you.
All right,
And
you have a
Sarah,
good.
you're welcome to, we have that position open. You're welcome to, I don't know what would we do? Self-nominate if somebody wanted to be the other CAT appointee?
So actually, that's a really good question, Chris. I was gonna actually put that in part of my commissioner updates. I have lots of updates during my time.
Yeah.
So we have released the call for applications for CAT nominees. So if you know somebody that wants to do it, please have them fill out an application, and it'll be reviewed by the entirety of the commission.
Excellent.
All right. Do you have any more questions or comments for me, Chris, before I release you?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Thank you, Chris. You have a good night, okay?
You too. Yep. Thanks a lot. Thank you, everybody. Good evening.
All right. Next item up on under community forum is a report from our council member's office. If you're here with the councilwoman's office, please raise your hand. You are recognized. Oh, okay. There you are. I wasn't sure if it was you, Hannah, or somebody
Here
else.
we go. I know I'm logged in on the office Zoom account, so it doesn't have my name. But yes, hi, I'm Hannah. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, so I'm a constituent services coordinator for Councilmember Pinto. Let me get started. So Councilmember Pinto has officially been our Ward 2 council member for 5 years. She is extremely proud of what we have accomplished together and is very excited to keep working to help all DC residents prosper. A few budget updates to start out. The council has been extremely busy, as I'm sure you know. The first FY26 budget vote was this Monday. As you might have seen, the council voted to, among other things, fund the ranked choice voting portion of I-83, the implementation of in-house DNA testing at the Department of Forensic Scientists to help us solve more crimes, and access to justice grants to provide low resource residents with legal services, including for housing and employment issues. The second vote on the budget is going to be July 28th, and the third and final vote will be on July 31st. If you've been following the news, you may have also seen that the Judiciary Committee, which Councilmember Pinto chairs, proposed the long-awaited merger of the city's different violence interruption programs in their FY26 budget report. Councilmember Pinto believes in violence intervention as a part of our public safety ecosystem and in the people doing the hard work to prevent shootings. There was considerable debate about where the merged program should live, and she reached an agreement with the mayor's office around training requirements, community engagement, data collection and reporting requirements, and oversight. And the program is now set to be housed in the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And I can post the link to that agreement in the chat. If you are curious, we do expect the council to debate this issue more ahead of the final budget vote. Some other legislative updates. At the council's most recent legislative meeting, the council unanimously passed critical parts of Councilmember Pinto's Peace DC plan, which streamlines educational credit requirements for the MPD to bolster recruiting and increase the number of officers on the force, ensures that families of fire and EMS personnel who die due to performance of duty, injury, or illness are eligible for full survivor benefits, and closes the gap in the Second Chance Amendment Act of 2022 to ensure that individuals conceal their criminal records, as the underlying legislation intends to truly give people a second chance at housing, employment, and other opportunities in our community. Peace also continues the rebuttable presumption for pretrial detention when defendants are charged with certain dangerous crimes and crimes of violence. It extends it through December 2026 and requires a report from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. Other parts of the PCC plan have been referred to other committees that have jurisdiction over those issues. The council at the last legislative meeting also updated the youth curfew, moving it from midnight to 11 p.m. on weekends for youth under 17 in July and August. It also created a new 4-day emergency curfew zone that the MPD chief can declare, similar to drug-free zones, that would begin at 8 p.m. for groups of 8 or more children under 17. We've seen a lot of issues in areas like Navy Yard, the Wharf, and U Street with teens holding these massive unsupervised meetups where they tend to get into a lot of trouble, and we're hoping that this will help. We do have a few office hours events in July. I don't know if any of you were at Stead Park this afternoon. We had an office hours today, and then the council member will be at the Rose Park Farmers Market in Georgetown, Wednesday, July 23rd from 4 to 5:30. I will post links and schedules in the chat. I know that was a lot of information very quickly, but if anyone has any questions, please feel free.
Commissioner Youngstone, you're recognized.
Hi, Hannah. So at our previous ANC meeting in June, the commission passed a resolution which, among other things, requested that Councilmember Pinto remove her current indefinite requirement that the Aston be capped at 100 residents, despite it currently having room for 190. I have yet to receive any response from the council member's office or an indication that this resolution was received. I was wondering if you could confirm that it was received, and I was wondering if the council member has any response to this resolution.
Yes, so our office has definitely seen it. I can check in about a response and make sure that somebody gets back to you.
Thank you so much.
Any further comments or questions from colleagues? Because I have some questions and comments for Hannah, but I wanted to be mindful before I started going. Commissioner Mallett?
Super quickly, I just wanted to thank the council member for her vote on I-83. This was something that was personally very important to me. I think it's huge for the community. I think it's going to change the way our elections run. Obviously, it will. That's the point of it. But I was very pleased to see that vote. So just wanted to pass that on.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll make sure to tell her.
Any further questions or comments from anybody else before I go into my questions and comments? So I have several, so bear with me, Hannah. The first one is actually something Vice Chairperson DeCapo had actually brought up with the mayor's team. So there was a budgetary ask, or it was placed in the budget for a mounted police unit to be created, but Councilwoman Pinto chose to not fund it. Can you please explain that to us? Because I do know that was classified as an innovative idea for MPD, and it was something that the mayor had actually desired, and Vice Chairperson DeCapo had actually expressed some great interest in it. So it just caught my attention that it was not funded. So do you have a response on why that was not funded?
So it's not an issue that I happen to know a lot about, so I don't want to give a more general answer. I can definitely ask around and get back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I flag it because I know that was something that Vice Chairperson DeCapo had flagged with the budget, and, had expressed interest in seeing that come through, or, it was a budget line item that it caught his attention. So I was kind of surprised to see it not funded. And I was like, oh, okay, this was not funded. I think other comments that I have, as you can see, I have the budget priorities resolution, many of which are I've taken directly from Councilwoman Pinto's letter. I don't know if some of that has already been, there are certain items that I already removed because like the first vote addressed that. But I did want to ask more along the lines of, is the councilwoman going to be able to lobby for a little bit more funding, especially around housing priorities? I was delighted to see that she's advocating for $22 million for another bridge housing facility to mimic the Aston to come to fruition in the district. So I know that is probably a topic I think ANC2A would probably weigh in on at a later time if that should come to fruition. So do you know if that is an ask, or if that is actually becoming a reality for another bridge housing facility in the city?
Yeah, I would have to check in with our legislative team about that, but I can get back to you.
Okay. And then the last one I had is a comment. And so the comment is that, the DC Council voted to remove the repeal of Initiative 82, which is one fair wage. It gives a raise to workers. I have reached out to your team several times for meeting with workers, and the councilwoman never met with our workers. But in the newsletter, she met and has a picture meeting with workers that were not supportive. And I just want to express, like, that was, number one, extremely disappointing, because this is an issue that I have worked on for many years. The councilwoman had given me her commitment many years ago, saying that, well, she may not agree with Initiative 82 or one fair wage, that she would always keep an open door policy. And so the workers have expressed their disappointment in seeing that they'd asked for meetings with her for several times. And yes, we have met with team, members of your team, which we appreciate. But, to hear that there was a compromise that she presented and said that she got feedback from workers, she didn't consult, she didn't ask us. And that was extremely disappointing. And so I would appreciate if that sentiment would get carried back, because I'm not just a tipped worker, but I am also one of the ANC commissioners that are in her ward.
Yeah, of course, I can pass that along.
Okay, thank you so much. And Hannah, if you're able to stick around, I don't know if members of the public will have questions or comments for you about the budget or just anything for the councilwoman. If you're a member of the public and you have any questions or comments for Hannah, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you. Okay. Seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, I'll go ahead and release you to the rest of your night. And we will see you back in September, but I will be seeing you in the month of August.
Yes, please. And I'll go ahead and put my email in the chat for everybody. So if anyone, commissioners or the public, have any questions, as always, feel free to call or email.
Thank you, Hannah.
Bye, all.
All right, next item up on the agenda is a report from the mayor's office. If you're a member of the mayor's team, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Adriana. You can go ahead and get started on your presentation.
Perfect. Wonderful. Good evening, everyone. Happy Wednesday. A couple of updates, but I think a lot of my colleagues touched on the updates that I was going to give as well. But for example, the curfew, I will be sending out a link to Chairperson Patel and to the commission, and they'll be able to share that information with all of the residents and attendees. If you have specific questions, like specific areas of DC of what curfew looks like, please take a look there, and you can follow up with any questions with me. The Mayor Bowser activated the extreme heat alert. So if you are a resident of DC, you can visit heatdc.gov to find information about DC's heat emergency plan, locate cooling centers, and access important safety tips and available services. So this could be either for you or your community or someone you know. We are experiencing very drastic changes in the weather. So this link was very very much very resourceful. The third update is the budget update. I think Hannah kind of covered it as well. So right now we're in budget season. This month, hopefully by the end, we'll have a little more clarity of what the budget looks like. But please feel free to pass along any questions or any sentiments. But we're getting close to the end of the month. So that's that. And then just two other updates. The Department of Parks and Recreation has begun its 2025 edition of Play in the Park, running from July 8th through August 10th. There will be many outdoor activities, games, skating, bikes, and more fun. I will be sending a link of different parts of DC that you can join for free with all these games, and you're welcome to come with friends and family. And then the last update, we are in Black Restaurant Week. So July 13th through July 27th, it is the Black Restaurant Week. So there's discounts and different restaurants are being honored and giving different coupons and sort of promotions. So I'll be sending a link as well with all the list of the residents. And I encourage you all to make any reservations. And I think those are the only updates regarding the mayor's office, but I'm happy to pass along my email and my contact information and answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Adriana. Do you have questions or comments from colleagues for Adriana? Okay, seeing no questions or comments from colleagues, I have a couple of questions and comments for you, Adriana. It's the like now the scramble, as I like to call it, in budget season. We had the first vote, so everybody has 14 days to push for their last priorities. As you can see, ANC2A does have a budget priority resolution letter tonight, so which is addressed to Chairman Mendelson, but I will make sure that your team receives a copy of it. Question that I did have, Commissioner Youngstone did ask it of Councilmember Pinto's team, but Commissioner Youngstone did do a resolution asking to lift the cap against the Aston, and we had also sent it to the mayor's team, and we have also not. I don't believe Commissioner Youngstone has received a response. Like, if you have, please correct me. I just wanted to ask for the record.
I don't recall 100%. If I have, I can check though.
Okay. So I just wanted to know if there was a response that was going to be expected from the mayor's team to the resolution that Commissioner Youngstone had presented around the Aston.
I can double check tomorrow with the Ledge team and get back to you tomorrow with an estimated time. And if there is a response, I know right now we're in budget season. There's a lot of moving parts, but I can get a response to you by the end of this week for sure.
Yes, and the reason why I state that is I had the wonderful opportunity to run into Chief of Staff Lindsay Parker for the mayor, and I briefly mentioned to her that we had submitted ANC2A had submitted a resolution around the Aston asking to lift the cap, and she'd expressed like a very interested, like, oh, like I definitely want to see this. So I know she may have inquired about it already. That's because I put the bug in her ear. So I mentioned to her that there were a couple of resolutions around the ASTA that ANC2A had put forward, and so she definitely wanted to review them and look at them. And so I just wanted to.
Do you happen to know when this was exactly? So I can just follow up with leadership.
Yes, this was last week.
Okay.
This was last week when I ran into her.
Okay, I'll follow up tomorrow. We're in the office and I'll let you know. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you. Those were all of my questions and comments for you. But stick around. I know there's probably members of the public that may have questions or comments for you. If you're a member of the public and you have any questions or comments for Adriana, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you.
Barbara, you've been promoted.
Thank you. Adriana, I am after the last meeting, had multiple emails with your colleague, all of which were unsuccessful. I asked during the meeting for the specific citations in the mayor's budget for the pause for the BEPS energy program, which affects all the condos and co-ops and apartment buildings in our area and everywhere else in the city. She said, the council didn't care. I'm not going to give you the sites. Wrong answer. I would like to know the specific provisions in the budget documents. Could you send me the specific document and the page number so I can read it? My president of our condominium wants to see it for the whole condo councils in DC, and we would like this information. I would appreciate your sending it to me, Adriana.
Okay, Barbara, I'll follow up with Ty tomorrow and we'll get a response to you.
Yeah, the last month's speaker said that it existed. He was the head of another agency, so he has it. So if you can't find it, you can call the last speaker who spoke for the mayor about the budget.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments from the members of the public? This is the last call. If you're a member of the public, please raise your hand. If you're on the phone, *9, and we'll go ahead and promote you. All right, seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues. As always, Adriana, thank you for all the work that you do and appearing before us. Please enjoy having the month of August off, at least for not having to come to ANC2A, but we look forward to having you back in September.
Thank you guys, and I will see you in September, if not sooner. Bye.
Okay, next item up on the agenda is a report from our DC State Board of Education representative, who is Alistair Chang. If you are with Alistair Chang, or is Alistair Chang here, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you. Okay. It seems to have appeared that State Board of Education Representative Chang is not present. I hope Representative Chang is okay. This is very unusual. We did confirm that he would be attending tonight. So if Representative Chang does appear tonight, I will allow him to speak. We'll figure it out in the agenda. But we're going to go ahead and keep moving along. Next item up on the agenda is commissioner updates, and we're going to go ahead and give them out in numerical order. Vice Chairperson DeCapo, can go.
I do not have any updates. Thank you.
Vice Chairperson DeCapo, that's not true. You have an update.
Oh, I am the Aspen Cat. Yeah, I am now the chair of the Aspen Cat. My first meeting was Monday at 5. We may consider changing the meeting time. I haven't begun those discussions, but I will be reaching out to the other co-chair, Sakina Thompson, just because they start at 5 p.m. I get off of work at 5 p.m. So for me to properly participate in the meetings, we'll probably have to move those. So that is my announcement. Is I'm the Aspen co-chair. We will probably be moving the meetings soon, probably to just 6 o'clock, if that works for everybody else. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson DeCapo. I did not want you to go unrecognized. So thank you for stepping in as my designee. I appreciate it. That leaves me for the updates. Several of our budget performance oversight resolutions have been received and recognized. So we have won the funding for the Aston generator upgrade and elevator modernization project. We just now need to make sure that Chairman Mendelson keeps the money, does not move it. I don't foresee it happening, but just want to make sure that happens. As Commissioner Malek had announced earlier, ranked choice voting was funded. The repeal of Initiative 82 was removed. So there are still some budget resolutions I'm still expecting and awaiting responses from, but a lot of the work that not just myself, but all of the participants in the budget performance oversight hearing has shaped the budget committee reports and has shaped how the DC Council first vote went on Monday. So we just want to I am just making sure that a lot of the priorities, both between that I've noticed from ANC2A as well as citywide, that I think that are important, do get funded. So that is one big announcement. The second announcement is that we have released the applications for another ANC2A CAT nominee. So we are looking forward to not having Chris Lavis be by himself anymore. Need to make sure he gets a partner in crime. So the application has been released. It is open to the public, so we look forward to getting applications. And then the third announcement is that Commissioner Yang has stepped down. She resigned as of last week. So we are now a commission of 5. So if there are any residents interested in running for single member districts 2A02, 2A05, 2A06, and 2A07, I believe I got all the commissions right. We would, be happy to have you join us up here on the dais. None of us bite. So yes, just wanted to go ahead and say that. And those are it for my updates. Commissioner Comer, you're on mute. I just want to let you know.
Okay, thank you. I've been typing minutes and I've gone on mute so that you all don't hear that. The only real update is the 26 and I parks are close to being done, and we have asked what the status is because they were promised by this time of the summer, and we have gotten no responses recently. It's kind of frustrating, but we'll keep pushing. Thank you.
Jim Malik here from 2A08. I don't have any major updates for you at this meeting, but I did just want to reiterate the chairperson's comments about the 4 openings that we currently have on the commission. It is so critical for local governance that, people who care about their communities step up and be willing and ready to serve when the opportunity presents itself. We do a lot of really important work here on the commission, and our work would be better if we were a full commission. So I really encourage anyone who has any interest whatsoever, reach out to your commissioner, reach out to anyone on the commission, ask questions. We're happy to walk you through this process. It's not difficult. You need 25 signatures. Most of the time, you're the only person running for filling these vacancies, so you can get up and running pretty quickly. I'm happy to speak to anyone who's interested. It's really, really important that we get some more people up here. That's it for me.
Yeah, I'll second what Commissioner Malik just said. I also like to emphasize a large portion of ANC2A is George Washington University, and we don't currently have any commissioners who are from the GW community. So if you or someone specifically is a student at GW, or someone who sort of is going to be who's interested in participating in local governance, I would especially encourage them to apply, just so that we could possibly have a member of the university community represented on the commission. One thing I just sort of wanted to flag, this is relatively new. We as a commission literally just received an email about it like an hour or 2 before the meeting began, but just so people are aware, apparently DDOT has approved, apparently without any community consultation, a contractor and agreement with a delivery service called Kiwi Campus to have automated food delivery robots on sidewalks around George Washington University. I personally have some concerns about how that might interfere with foot traffic in the area. But just wanted to make everyone aware that this is coming. If you have feelings about it, please feel free to reach out to me. Yeah.
Commissioner Youngstown, not to put you on the spot, obviously not at this time, but perhaps maybe if you have an appetite to do a resolution, I'm more than happy to support it, should you decide to go in that direction. I didn't have a chance to tell you that when we spoke very briefly earlier, but I do think this is a topic worth weighing in on. Even though the decision has been made, I do think it is important that we're on record, as this is under your purview, that if there are sentiments you feel like that we should go on record about, please feel free to do so.
Cool. Thanks. And yeah, I obviously won't introduce anything at this meeting because this is very new and I haven't had full time to research it. But yeah, potentially at a future meeting for sure.
All right. Well, thank you so much, colleagues, for your updates. I will go ahead and move on to the last item under community forum, which is announcements and public comments. If you're a member of the public that has a comment or a announcement, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and recognize you.
You've been recognized, Barbara.
Thank you. I have a number of interrelated items. As I indicated in the position description for the executive director, I was extremely disappointed that ANC2A dropped the ball on 2 cases recently, both of which would have been in the DC Register. If somebody were reading it weekly, it takes a few minutes to read it weekly. It only comes out on Fridays. And the ABRA weekly notice also comes out on Fridays. The whole thing would take no more than a half hour of her time. I think it should be on. The 2 examples were Casta's renewal. This is an ABC establishment with tremendous problems in our community. The ANC wasn't able to take a resolution. There are other parties that are in opposition. We should have been able to discuss it with the new ANC. That was the first one. The second one was Velvet, which is the newest marijuana cannabis proposal in our neighborhood. And believe it or not, the ANC representatives, or only one because May was out of the country, didn't show. So we lost status. Thank God she was able to get reinstated. There is no reason for not having notification by the executive director of the meetings that ANC2A should be attending or should have on their ANC agenda. Those are there. In addition, I am very unhappy about the resolution drafted for tonight's without any public comment, and I've already talked to many members of the public on the budget priorities. This is a topic that most ANCs have a discussion, actually a public meeting usually, where they can hear what the public cares about. This is a laundry list of Troopy's wish list and includes things that we are absolutely opposed to, and I'll give an example. Fund Georgetown and Foggy Bottom West End motor coach and bus parking lot. That's to have Georgetown buses and Foggy Bottom Parkland. A group of us, an ANC representative, Donna, and then Ed, FBA, WECA, we've been meeting regularly. We talked about how we're going to use that space productively instead of for a bus parking lot. What is it doing on this resolution? No one ever talked about it. We oppose it. And there are many other items on here that are inappropriate for which I have comments. One I would like to mention, I mentioned in the Aston meeting, you have all this stuff about the Aston. If you're talking about the budget, you need to have a dollar number of what you're asking for. And you have all kinds of stuff without any dollars associated with it. How many FTEs, how many beds, how much furniture, how much of an amendment to the existing contract, et cetera, et cetera. Just asking for some words doesn't do any good if you're trying to consider a budget. And I would like the ANC to amend this. First of all, I think this should be tabled since we haven't had a public discussion of it. But second, I would like a removal of that item, which when we get to it, of the parking lot, the bus parking lot in Foggy Bottom Parkland. And I'd like the Aston items to be removed until they actually have some numbers behind it. Thank you.
Next person.
Hello, this is Dana Taysoon Burgess, and I am a board member at the Historic Arts Club of Washington, housed in the President Monroe home. I'd like to thank the commissioners for their service. And I wanted to also mention that I was a commissioner for 7 years for the mayor under 3 different mayors for the Asian Pacific Islander American Commission. As a board member and the elected treasurer of the Historic Arts Club of Washington, which is in our historic district, I am not in support of GW's proposed change, the associated signage change, and associated building usage. We deeply believe that it will, by diminishing President Monroe's name and by changing the look and usage of our block, that it will negatively impact the Arts Club of Washington's business, its donors base, and also because of our location across from the Monroe Park, put the club at risk for security issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next person, please.
Hello. And again, I would, like Dana, I'm a member of the Arts Club of Washington, and I'd also like to thank the commissioners. I mean, it is at times a yeoman's effort to continue to herd these cats inside this environment. I think where I'm a little bit more concerned is that during previous discussions on the historical zone and what is considered an appropriate streetscape and signage, previous ANCs did a wonderful job to ensure that the historic district had appropriate streetscape. And I think if you look through Google Maps or any of the other mappings, you can see on the southern side of the 2000 block what previous commissioners had approved. I think that is the appropriate signage, the appropriate way that block should look. Currently, I don't know if we have enough clarity on what GW is presenting, but the commissioners do have a historical precedent on what has been approved in the past for what that part of the district should look like. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next person, please. You're recognized.
Hi, good evening, and thank you, commissioners. And thank you to my fellow members of the Arts Club of Washington who made time this evening to be present for this meeting. I, like many people who are a part of the community surrounding the historic James Monroe house on I Street, have been very disappointed with GW's aggressive approach and a lack of clear communication. In fact, being quite obstructionist in terms of barring any meaningful conversation with the Arts Club as they move ahead with plans to have illuminated signage on their newly acquired building on the historic I Street district. So my hope for this commission is first to demand more clarity from GW on what their plans are, and also to raise the issue about the moving of their admissions office to this new building, which would significantly alter the sidewalk traffic on and around 2001 Pennsylvania Avenue. And thank you for your consideration and time on this.
Thank you for your comments. Next person. You're recognized.
Thank you. I just realized I was muting myself. My name is Robert Haas, a resident of the Westbridge condominium. Barbara Kalo mentioned the topic of the Velvet Smoke Shop and its request for a cannabis retailer license. Westbridge is very much interested in this topic. We have opposed it with the ABC board, as has 4 of our neighbors. They have also expressed written opposition to it. It's important that the issue, I was surprised this issue was not on the ANC 2A's agenda because next Wednesday, is the protest hearing, and that's the last step in the application process. So may I ask, what is the opinion of the ANC 2A on this topic? The last we know of is the May 9th memorandum you sent to the ABC board in which you said you protested the application.
Mr. Haas, the settlement agreement for Velvets is on the agenda. It's actually tonight.
Then I missed it. Where on the agenda?
The agenda was dropped in the chat earlier, but it was posted earlier today.
I looked this morning and then I'm remiss then I missed it. So
No, it's okay, Mr. Haas. I did not want you to think that the ANC had not done its due diligence in the
Okay.
case of Velvets. So it is tonight. I don't know if you want to stay. It's slotted to be heard at about 9 p.m. So I just wanted to let you know it is being discussed.
Okay, I appreciate that. And again, I missed the amended agenda today. But yes, I will stay on and I'll do my due diligence and stay on to 9 o'clock. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Haas. I wanted to address that concern and not have you think that the ANC was not addressing the matter.
Again, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Commissioner Malik, I recognize you.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, or I guess point of information, this was not on the original draft agenda that was sent out 7 days ago. It was on the final draft agenda that was sent out this afternoon, I think at 4:30. So if people were not seeing it on the agenda, that's why.
All right. This is last call for any public comments or announcements.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about this settlement agreement issue. While the two-page reinstatement order was attached as an item to the agenda, there was no settlement agreement available prior to this meeting. And I don't understand why that's the case.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Freeman, I usually don't allow multiple times to comment, but my executive director went ahead and promoted you, so go ahead and but I will end up closing this section out.
Okay, understood. And thank you. Just to reemphasize that the major concerns for the I Street Northwest block, which is a historic district in and of itself, and houses the Arts Club of Washington, which oversees the historic home of President James Monroe, is also the reputation itself of GW as an unfriendly neighbor in the community, and the very negative impact that having them not only move their admissions office to a street that is shared, and it would be the only GW building on that street. So it seems an inappropriate use of that newly acquired building to house such a active operations such as an admissions office. But secondly, their rebranding proposal, which is basically to undo the PUD agreement from 1986, could potentially very much impact the historic reputation and the opportunity for the Arts Club itself to recover from enormous undertakings following a fire that required us to rebuild our commercial kitchen, as well as in the last 2 years, reactivating after having to close for live events during the pandemic. GW's reputation is not in high regard among many of those that both fund us and support us. And this, again, is something that they've made no effort to appease or discuss in any meaningful way. So thank you for hearing me, and apologies for being repetitive, but thank you.
Commissioner Malik?
Chairperson, without objection, I'd ask that a public comment from the chat be read aloud for the record.
Go ahead. I take it you're going to be the one to read them all?
There's one, and I will, unless someone.
Okay, I believe there's multiple comments around this topic, which
I think there's only one that was not from someone who also spoke.
okay.
So without objection, this is from Bob.
No
Craig.
objection.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the PUD for the changes proposed for 2001 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest by George Washington University. As a trustee of the Monroe House Endowment, I am gravely concerned with the potential negative impacts on the historic Monroe House by the addition of neon signage looming over our C1805 National Register property and the traffic resulting from moving the admissions office to 2001 Penn Avenue. Thank you for your kind consideration of my comment and concern. Robert Craycraft, trustee. Thank you, Chairperson.
Absolutely. And so it has been recognized. And then I do see that a member of the public has asked a question. I'll read it out, but I won't be able to answer it, but I'll read it out now, and hopefully at the time of presentation, it can be addressed. The question from a constituent in the chat is, how is GW's use of the building on I Street any worse? Any worse? I'm just reading it out, so it's going to come out butchered. Any worse, the use by Bank of America, ? So I don't know if that was a comment directed towards you, Commissioner Malik, or is it just a comment in general around the topic, but I wanted to read it out. But I will state to members of the public, I understand that you are using the chat to send us your thoughts, which is fine, but we won't be able to read things out loud like this every single time. So it would be best to send your comments either to the comments at anc2a.org, I think is the email address, so that the entirety of the ANC Commission has it for the record, number one. Number two, also making sure you have your comments during the time section where the topic is actually being heard, because I do want to make sure that people have the opportunity to present their thoughts and views on the topic. All right. Just wanted to state that for the record. Seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, we're going to go ahead and move to the next topic item. And it is matters before the DC Council. It is a consideration of a resolution on budget priorities. Edie Shellis, if you could go ahead and bring up the budget resolution. I did present it to colleagues, to you on Friday afternoon. I did do some more editing and adjustments late last night after the budget vote went through, and trying to do as much due diligence as possible. If you could blow it up. Commissioner Comer, we did not have a chance to talk about it, but since there have been comments made about, because this is in your SMD, about the parking lot, which is budgeted of $2.9 million. I only added this in because this was put in by the councilwoman for her budget priority letter, which has been sent to the chairman. I was not trying to add this in without your feedback. but I did not hear from you either way. So if you would like that for me to remove it or have it removed from the budget priority list, I'm fine with that. It was just, I just wanted to capture it for the record. Commissioner Comer, you're actually on mute, so. Commissioner Comer, you're on mute. Commissioner Comer, you're on mute.
I'm trying to get off of mute.
Oh, okay, there you are.
No, I do not support that. I would appreciate it if you had spoken to me about it before you put it in there. It is, I have tried to talk to Councilmember Pinto about it. Somewhat contrary to what Barbara Kalo believes, there are some of us who think it could be a useful process, but I'm not ready to make a commitment to that until I know exactly what the money is for and what it's funding. I've asked about that several times from Commissioner Pinto's office and received no response. So certainly not something that I would go out of the way to endorse at this point in time.
Okay, so Commissioner Comer, please know that it was more like me just trying to be an ally in that. And you know, I didn't hear from you. Like I did tell everybody I was working straight through the weekend, but I hadn't heard from you. And I don't think you wanted me to call you at midnight when I got home from work to talk about it. So,
Well, thank you for raising it now.
Okay.
I would certainly urge to strike it.
Okay, so I'm going to accept it as a friendly amendment. So Edie Shellis, if you could actually strike that particular budget provision out. I don't know where it is, but I do know, remember, it was $2.9 million. And as I said, I don't know where they are in the process, but I do know that that was an official budget ask that the councilwoman has pushed forward. So it's further up. I just don't remember. Nope, not that one. It's there. It says $2.9 million. Or 1.9 million. I think that's it. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was. So yes, go ahead and strike that one. And so for my colleagues who had questions on where did I come up with this list, this is all directly from Councilwoman Pinto's budget priority list that she sent to Chairman Mendelson. I also pulled a lot of these priorities from at-large Councilmember Robert White's budget priority letter, as well as at-large Councilwoman Christina Henderson's list. And these priorities and these that have been added have been done so after all of the budget performance oversight hearings, after hundreds of hours of public testimony, as well as submitted documentation saying these are where the budget dollars should go to, these following priorities. I reviewed each and every letter. You know, many of this focuses around housing. Obviously, Councilmember Pinto had many budget priorities specifically for Ward 2. I tried to pick out all of the ones that were relevant to ANC2A, ANC2A specific. And so that is where I have gotten it. As far as why everything does not have a budget dollar attached to it, it is because a lot of this is still in a way requesting it. They've not found some of the money for this. Where I have my dollar amounts is where I was able to pull it from directly from the council, you know, respective council members, as well as other, you know, scorecards where they had the budget cost for it. This is a time sensitive resolution because the first budget vote happened on Monday. The final budget vote happens on the 28th. This is the time period known as the scramble, where ANC commissions as well as advocates lobby for the final budget to say, hey, please make sure the money is set aside for this. or don't strip money from it. And so a lot of it I have, reviewed. The other two council members that are at large did not put out any budget priority resolutions. The chairman does not. He believes he takes everybody else's budget priorities and mashes them together. At large council member McDuffie did not put out a budget priority letter this year, as well as at large councilwoman Bonds did not put out a budget priority letter this year. So,
I have a question.
yes.
Yeah. What do you think the benefit is of borrowing for budget priority letters that are put out by different council members? And
so these are
relate to ANC 2A.
So no, I'm glad you asked that. So the council, but those council member letters that I looked at and took those are our at-large members, and a lot of them chair powerful committees. Councilmember Robert White chairs housing, which is an important topic in ANC 2A, even though it is a citywide budget priority. It impacts ANC 2A. Councilwoman Christina Henderson chairs the healthcare committee, and there are some serious impacts to our DC residents as far as healthcare access goes. And so I picked, priorities that I think would impact ANC2 residents as well. And so that was my reasoning. I did a very similar letter last year, same exact format, just shifted different priorities. I at least want to be on record to tell the chairman, hey, these are the things that we think the budget should reflect, some of which are ANC 2A specific. I don't want the chairman stripping out the funding that the Aston has won through the work of the Human Services Committee. Councilmember Matt Fruman's team found that budget money. And so I just need to notify the chairman to be like, please don't strip it out and reallocate it to a different priority. So this is a tight budget cycle. We're aware of that. As the list that's being sent going to be every single thing that gets awarded? I would like to think yes, but the pragmatic reality is there may be some things that may get some money, but not everything.
So you chose these. Did you consult with constituents?
The constituents already weighed in on this citywide. And my constituents do let me know the priorities they care about. They do email me and say, hey, these are the things we care about.
And this was made available to the public just this afternoon for the first time?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Commissioner Mallett?
I have a very brief statement on this. It's going to cover a couple of points that have already been raised. This commission was not made aware that a budget resolution would be brought forward, nor were we consulted about how it should be structured or what should be included. Additionally, no community outreach was conducted to ascertain our constituents' views on the council's budget proposal or what should be requested in this document. Time and time again, this commission uses its status as an elected branch of government to take official positions on local and citywide matters without conducting even a perfunctory amount of public outreach. Often, our constituents have not even been given the chance to review the language of our resolutions until hours or minutes prior to a vote. In this case, this list went out at about 4 p.m. today. That's not how democracy is supposed to work. And it's not the way this commission has to work. So I'm going to vote no on this, and I hope that next year we will utilize a collaborative, inclusive, and timely process that actually reflects the views and priorities of the full commission and its constituents.
So colleagues, I'm going to remind you that I sent this to you on Friday afternoon, and you had plenty of time to get me comments.
Point of order.
And
Do we have a second for your motion to proceed?
I didn't even move it, Commissioner Comer,
Okay. Well,
which, you know, you didn't even, like I said, there's a reason why I try to do things in process and procedure, and y'all immediately want to go into comment. So I'm going to move the resolution. I'm calling for a second.
Seconded.
Okay, Chair Patel has moved the resolution. Vice Chairperson DeCapo has seconded it. Commissioner Malik, you raised your hand. Did you want to have? Okay. Do I have any further questions or comments from colleagues? We jumped the gun a little bit, but it's okay. Commissioner Comer. Commissioner Comer, you're on mute.
I just want to say I agree with Commissioner Malik. I think this is overkill. I am disappointed that it wasn't provided to the community earlier with more input. And I'm really disappointed that, you know, it repeats a number of things where affecting 2A and are important to everybody in 2A. I'm glad we've done that, but there are a lot of other things. I have no idea where my constituents stand on it. And without having this available to the community earlier, so they could give us input, I can't vote for it. Thank you.
Okay, once again, colleagues, I'm going to remind you, I gave this to you in ample time. Some of you say you want to talk to your constituents about it. You could have, number one. Number two, I am on a very tight deadline for the budget. We already had the first vote. This is the only other time that ANC2A will get its chance to be on official record. Number three, all of you have the opportunity to write your own budget priority letters. Not a single one of you has presented one. I seem to be the only one that comes through and does it. So I hear the feedback. I hear the critical constructive criticism, but no one else has taken any initiative. And so it's always interesting that when I present something at a public meeting, there was always pushback about this or that. So I respect your right to have your vote, but no one on the commission has presented anything. And so, Commissioner Malik, I'm going to go ahead and let you comment. This is another time, you know, second or third time you're commenting, and there are members of the public that also need to comment.
Do we have a limit on commissioner debate time?
Well, I allotted 10 minutes, and Robert's rules actually limits how many times colleagues can speak. We just don't hold to it, but that's okay. Like, you want to go ahead and make a comment, I'll go ahead and allow it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think if we're going to discuss limits on comment time, that's totally fine, but we have never done that, so it would be weird to implement it.
You're correct, we haven't, but it is also the reason why our meetings tend to run extremely late.
Well,
and which I mean,
I don't agree that that's the reason. But being recognized, I would say this. You know, you're right. This was sent to us at 7:44 p.m. or around 7:30 p.m. on the Friday night before the meeting at which we were going to consider it. So first off, I don't believe there is a consensus about whether or not that represents an appropriate and sufficient amount of time. Additionally, though, we know that there is going to be a council budget every year. So if we as a commission want to put forward a list of ANC2A budget priorities, we could start the process of discussing and compiling that list at any time. We could start it next week for the next budget cycle. I mean, it would be kind of silly to do that because we don't necessarily know what's going up, but certainly this process could be started in March, April. It doesn't need to be started on the Friday before the council first votes on it. And, you know, I was curious about why that happened. Now it sounds like you're telling us that that was the timeline because this isn't actually an original ideation, that these line items are pulled from the budget priority lists that were highlighted by council members. So I just fundamentally don't think that that's the right way to compile a list of what we are representing as commission and district budget priorities. We could have had multiple conversations about this prior, over the weeks and months past. We could have had public meetings about this to hear from our constituents about what their budget priorities should be and what they want us to ask for. We didn't do any of that. We received a list on the Friday before the meeting, and then the council voted. They had their first vote on, I think, the Monday after the Friday in which we received it. So, I understand and respect that you think that this represents a sufficient amount of time. I do not. And importantly, I don't think our constituents who we are elected to represent feel that it represents a sufficient amount of time or a reasonable process.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Commissioner Malik, but I respectfully disagree with the bulk of what you said, because I do talk to my constituents and I do talk to several ANC colleagues around the city. I also talk to several advocates. So when you say this doesn't have constituent feedback, it does. Please don't insult the several hundred people that spent several hours of their day that they had to give up work to testify in those hearings, because I've testified. And I'm just responding to you. I'm not trying to go into a back and forth. Okay, you don't want to vote for it? That's okay. I know there are some criticisms from members of the public, and I'm used to that. But you know what? I also represent about 2,000 people, and as a collective, we represent 20,000 people. So not everybody is going to agree on everything that this commission puts out. And I seem to be the only one that produces the bulk of the work on this commission. So I'm going to go ahead and turn to public comment.
I think I should have a right to respond to that quickly.
You're recognized.
I think that you say no one else does the work, but this is the core of my point. If you had communicated to us at some point prior to the Friday before the meeting that you wanted to bring forward a budget resolution, I think that you would have found that there was widespread participation from your colleagues who wanted to work with you on that. But when you bring it forward, fully formed, days before the meeting, what gets presented to the community, what we vote on, is ultimately going to be that list, because there's just not time to work through it in a meaningful way. This is something that should take weeks to work on, not days or hours. That's all I have.
So once again, I am working on the council's timeline. Number two, I did send it to you, and I did the exact same process a year ago. And so I did warn all of you that there was going to be a final product letter. But that's okay. You're not going to support it, and that's fine. But this is like I said, at least I wanted to put something together. Maybe it's not your ideal product, and that's okay. But then if you don't like my product, then produce a different product, produce something else, and present it and put it forward for a vote. That's all I'm going to say. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn to members of the public. If you're a member of the public, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you. You're recognized.
Is that Barbara recognized? I'm not sure who you're calling on. Thank you. I wanted to say a couple of things. Because I expected you would say you've talked to everybody, I reached out to 2A03, your SMD, and talked to a bunch of people, none of whom were consulted by you with this list or what their priorities were. And one of them did write you an additional priority, which is not on your list. But the point is, you didn't do the outreach to your people or the rest of us. As a consequence, what prior ANCs do, and what I recommend, is this not be an ANC 2A resolution, since it doesn't represent the community, but you send an SMD letter ANC 2A03 for yourself, because it represents your views, not the views of our community, not the views of your SMD either. But nonetheless, it's better that you represent your SMD instead of the rest of us, because we have entirely different priorities. I mean, you heard me mention, for example, the BEPS energy program, which has enormous impact in all of Foggy Bottom. No mention of that in here. You haven't talked to any of us. So I recommend that the ANC not table this, but change it from an ANC 2A resolution to an SMD resolution from Troopy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Kalo. And I do talk to my constituents. We don't talk to the same group of people, Ms. Kalo.
I called your people. I called your people, people that had been on boards and commissions, the person who's the head of the historic group for Foggy Bottom, the person who used to be on the FBA board. I called people that were knowledgeable people in your community, and they had never heard from you on this or any other subject. So nonetheless,
my inbox is open, so they know how to get in touch with me.
They had no idea this was on until I sent the thing to them today at 3:47. I sent, did you know this is here? No, we didn't know it was here. And as a consequence, you got an email about one that was on and one they wanted off the parkland, they wanted on the archives, you didn't put it on, et cetera. And that was just one person who had the time to write. The other people didn't have the time to write and they couldn't participate today. I mean, Troopy, it's okay you did the work. Send it for yourself. That's what the former commissioners used to do. Send something from yourself. Everybody knows it's from you. If not, we'll tell them. I'll write Phil and say this is from Troopy. It's not from the rest of us. I mean,
well, then please go ahead and call the chairman. You're right to do that.
The point is, I recommend that this is in the best interest of
well,
everyone.
Thank you for your recommendation. Do I have any further questions or comments from members of the public? Seeing no further questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from members of the commission, I'm going to go ahead and move this item.
Seconded.
Okay. I'm not sure if I moved it and you already seconded it, but I felt it should do it again. So Chair Patel has moved the resolution. Commissioner DeCapo has seconded it. We're going to go ahead and do this vote by division of the House.
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is a yes.
Secretary Comer is a no.
No.
Yes.
The resolution passes 3-0, I believe is how it's calculated. Thank you, colleagues. Next item up is matters before the Public Space Committee, and this is under Secretary Comer.
I understand we have a representative who wants to talk to us about the DC bike ride, and please, appear. I hope you can do this very quickly. What's most important to our members is that you provide accessible information about what roads will be closed during the bike ride within a week or two of the ride itself, so that people have a contemporaneous knowledge of what's going to happen. We like the ride. We've approved it before. I don't expect any problems. It's just important for people to know what closures they're going to face and when. Thank you.
Absolutely. Real quick, Commission, my name is Diane Thomas. I'm here to talk about the DC bike ride. It's in its 9th year. I've been before this commission for the last 9 years on this event. I missed some of what Commissioner Comer said. I was just coming in as a panelist. But real brief, I think I can address what you asked about. The event is Saturday, September 6th. This is a DC bike ride. It's not a race. It's a ride. It starts at 8 a.m. over by the U.S. Capitol and finishes at 12 noon. So all the city streets are pretty clear before 12 noon for this particular event. It's a 20-mile bike ride in the city, and it's all ages, tandems, costumes, dogs, animals, kids. It's a fun ride. It's got a great purpose too. I love talking about this event because it's got a great purpose as far as a pedal for a purpose. It gives, it's supported by the Washington Area Bicycle Association. It's got a great Graduation on Wheels program. I don't know if any of you caught it on the news, but the bike ride partnered with DPR and gave out 200 bikes, 200 helmets, and entries into the bike ride this year for some DC public school students in Northeast and Southeast schools. So that's a great event to really promote safety bikes. You know, we're getting a lot of lanes in the city, so just kind of supporting the bike association, getting news out about the rules of the road, making it safe for all the bikers and pedestrians and cars for that matter. In a nutshell, Commissioner Comer, where it impacts ANC 2A. So I think the biggest impact for you guys is when the bikes, as it has in the last several years, comes out of the East 3 Expressway, makes that and turns around, makes a U-turn on 20th Street and goes back down into the expressway. So it kind of comes out of the East Street Expressway, gets to 20th and turns around and goes back into the expressway. It's also on Rock Creek Park underneath the Kennedy Center, and it goes into Potomac Freeway as well. Everything's clear out of this ANC by 10:30 a.m. Historically, we've cleared the bikes, street closures, everything's opened up about 10:30. Police, I think the latest I remember it being is about 10:45, but they're pretty good about getting everything out of there. There's no music on the course. There's no water stations on the course, not in your ANC. That would be trash or anything like that. And again, it's a great event. Again, all ages, and it promotes a lot of good here in the city for bicycling. Yes. Commissioner, you're muted. I can't hear you.
It is a great event. I'm a bike rider, and we've always been very supportive of it.
You have.
I just asked, could you send to us a map of the route with information about the dates and stuff, and maybe information about how people can sign up?
Absolutely. I'll be happy to do that. It's got a website of dcbikeride.com, but I will put that in the chat to all the commissioners so you can say that. Share that with your SMDs.
Thank you. Does anybody, any of my colleagues have any questions? Anybody in the public have any questions? Well, I'd like to move that we support this bike ride going forward. Do I have a second?
Chair Patel seconds.
Thank you.
But I do have a comment. So Commissioner Comer, are you going to be riding in the bike ride?
I did 20 miles today. Yes. If
Good.
I am here, I will be riding. And it was
Okay.
a lot hotter today than hopefully
It will be in
it'll
September.
September.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So
Today-
Secretary Comer, if you decide to do it, like, can I be part of the fan club that holds a sign saying "Go Ed, go"?
Oh, yeah. It's not a race though.
No, I know that. I know
No,
it's like a ride.
It's a nice ride. No, it's a very nice ride. And yes, you could come join. The whole ANC could come join.
So unfortunately, I haven't ridden a bike in 20 plus years.
A lot of
So-
fun.
We have
I'm-
e-bikes too. We have e-bikes. So all you have to do is just turn it on.
So yeah, so I have not ridden a bike in 20 years, but I will stand on the sidewalk and hold a sign saying "Go Ed, go." So
Well, thank you for seconding.
so
Could we just ask if there's anybody with an objection?
you know what? I think there's a member of the public that did raise their hand for comment, so I'm going to go ahead and recognize them before we go to vote. I think they may have changed their mind. Okay. So seeing no further comments or questions from members of the public, seeing no further comments or questions from colleagues, we're going to go ahead and go for a vote on this. We're going to go ahead and do this by division of the House. Vice Chairperson DeCapo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Patel is a yes.
Secretary Commerce, yes.
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 Sorry, I realized I was muted still. All right. The matter passes 5-0-0. Thank you so much for tonight.
Thank you, commissioners, and I will send that packet of information on the event. Thank you so much.
All right. Next item up on the agenda is matters before the boards of zoning adjustments. If we have anybody here from 1750 H Street, please raise your hand and we're gonna go ahead and promote them. I'll go ahead and run this application as the SMD is vacant. Mr. Turner, you're gonna go ahead and be promoted. Hi, Mr. Turner, you're promoted.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. My computer was just getting moving. Thank you all for having me. Do you want me to go ahead?
Yes, Mr. Turner, go ahead and briefly.
All right, great. I appreciate it. Thank you all for having me this evening. My name is Drew Turner. I'm with Douglas Development. We recently purchased the property at 1750 H Street. I'm going to pull up, it says host disabled participant screen sharing, which do you all want me to present what it is we are asking for? It looks like someone's going to need to adjust, whoever the host is. Right now, I'm disabled from screen sharing.
Yeah, Edie Shellis is going to go ahead and enable you.
You should be able to share now.
There we go. Thank you very much. So as I was Drew Turner with Douglas Development, we recently purchased 1750 H Street. It's an office building. Panera Bread is also located on the ground floor. And in an effort just to continue to compete with a pretty it's a very competitive office market right now to court tenants. 50% occupied, and we are here requesting the support of the ANC for a modification to BZA Order 2113, which this ANC and the BZA supported last spring in May of 2024. BZA voted to approve and support a penthouse rooftop space. This building previously did not have that. And I'm here today requesting support for an expansion to that roof deck. This plan is the old plan that was approved. I'm going to scroll down and show you all where we're looking to expand the footprint of this roof deck. The physical footprint of the penthouse itself is unchanged. We're not looking to expand the actual habitable interior space of the penthouse. Let me just take you to the proposed plan. So this here is the proposed plan. This gives you a little better idea of the full scale. You have H Street over here. Right here is an alley adjacent to the AKA Hotel. And so what we are looking to do here is to expand this penthouse running north-south here. It abuts an alley on the back end. Really only a small portion of it fronts really public-facing streets. And really the intent here is the entire 10th floor of this building is vacant. We're looking to create a private amenity space for a future office tenant for that space. The space will be used for an office user. We don't expect this to create any kind of nuisance or noise. It's not something, this is not a rooftop bar. It's really just meant to be an amenity to the employees of the office tenants working on the floor below. So that's the presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Appreciate the time and would like to get your support here for this.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I know we tried to play phone tag and get a little bit of a brief conversation about it. That's why I had to ask you to present. I don't have an issue with it. You know, you're not really aggressively changing the footprint at all. So I'm prepared to move this and call for a second. I do see you have your hand raised, Commissioner Malik. I will
I'll second.
recognize.
I'll second.
Oh, you want a second? Okay.
Well, I have a comment too, but I'll second.
Okay. So it's moved by Chairperson Patel, seconded by Commissioner Malik, and I'm going to go ahead and recognize you, so you can make your comment.
Well, it's a question. So I assume the answer is no, but given the proximity to the White House, is there any special security review for a rooftop project like this? And has this gone through that process?
So the process has started, met on site with Secret Service last week. It is in a proximity where they do have to sign off on it. They came up, they saw, I mean, when you look from the view here, there's no views of the White House as much as we'd love it as a builder to be able to have that type of view, but it's just not there. The process is not complete for them yet. They've got to get a sniper specialist up there as well, which we're still working on. But that'll ultimately be something that is sent to the BZA and will not be approved until the Secret Service signs off.
Do I have any further questions or comments from colleagues about this matter before I go ahead and turn it over to members of the public who may have questions or comments? All right, seeing no questions or comments from members of the public, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and ask that we vote on the matter and do this by division of the House in numerical order.
Yes.
Okay. Chairperson Patel is a yes.
Secretary Comer is a yes.
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 Okay. The matter passes 5-0-0. Thank you so much for your time tonight, Mr. Turner.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay. And the next item up on the agenda is actually under Vice Chairperson DeCapo.
Yes. Is anybody from United Unions in attendance currently? And if so, please identify yourself so that Jonathan Hammond, Lawrence Ferris. Jonathan, Lawrence, welcome. Whenever you're ready, feel free to get started.
Great, thanks so much. And we do have one more team member, Nick Javeri, that should be on our architect. If we want to add him to the panel in case there are any questions that he can address. My name is Lawrence Ferris. I'm with the law firm of Goulston and Storrs. We're land use counsel for this project. Again, also with me tonight is Jonathan Hammond from the United Unions, which is the property owner, and Anik Javeri, which is our project architect. So we're here tonight for a BZA application we filed for the property located at 1750 New York Avenue. And as I'm saying that, maybe I'll see if I can share our presentation. All right, I just sent a request to be able to share. So this is the office building that's at the corner of 18th New York and E Streets. So just immediately south of the AIA headquarters, the Octagon House. So this is an application for special exception approval from the BZA to permit an habitable penthouse within the vicinity of the White House, which was alluded to on the last case. The building is the United Union's headquarters building, and they're proposing to renovate their existing penthouse and rooftop deck to provide some meeting and amenity space. All right, I think I have the ability to share my screen now. So this penthouse space, hopefully everyone can see that. This penthouse space is permitted as a matter of right under the zoning, except that any habitable space within this area has to go through the BZA review because of the proximity to the White House. And the main focus of that is security issues, obviously, and it requires review and sign off, as again was mentioned on the last presentation from the U.S. Secret Service. We met with the Secret Service before we filed the application and showed them the penthouse and the roof deck, and they didn't have any issues or problems with what we're proposing. And then the other piece of our application is a request for special exception relief for, we're doing 2 small additions on the east and west sides of the penthouse structures, and we need those additions to be slightly lower in height than from the existing structure. The project was reviewed by the Commission of Fine Arts, and the CFA signed off on the design, but they wanted those penthouse additions to be slightly lower in height, just to kind of reduce the overall visibility a bit. So the design does that, but that also requires special exception relief from the penthouse uniform height requirements in the zoning regulations. So with that overview, I'll just give a quick run through of our slide deck so you can see what the project is going to be. So here you just have a general location context. Again, we're 2 blocks west of the White House grounds here. Here's a little bit closer up view of the surrounding context: New York Avenue, 18th Street, E Street, the AIA headquarters and Octagon House here. Here you see the building from the street. This is 18th Street looking north. Here's the building there. Here's the building from the north, from across the street at the AIA headquarters building. And here's a view from the west down E Street, and one further back down E Street as well. So here's the floor plan for what we're proposing. You see it's going to be meeting space here, and then the roof deck that's existing that'll be updated, and then some mechanical space on this side of the penthouse. So pretty straightforward. Again, these 2 small additions here shown in blue. The rest of the penthouse envelope is existing. Here's an axon view from overhead. Again, this is the existing penthouse here, and then this is what we're proposing. The 2 darker red pieces are the additions on the east and west sides. Here are just some elevation renderings from both the east side and the west side from the 18th Street view. Here's another perspective rendering from the southwest, and here's, you can see the penthouse addition here, as it will be after it's completed. And then lastly, just another elevation, this one from the south. So that's really all we have in terms of presentation. We're happy to answer any questions, but we appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you so much. I do not have any questions. I remember reviewing this a while back. It all looked fine to me. Looks a little bit better, honestly, in my opinion. If any other commissioners have any comments or questions, feel free.
Vice Chairperson DeCapo, are you moving the matter?
Yes, I will move it.
Okay,
And
Chairperson
call for a
Patel will,
second.
Chairperson Patel will second. And so are there any questions or comments from colleagues as Vice Chairperson DeCapo has echoed? Okay. Seeing no questions or comments from colleagues, I'll turn to members of the audience. If you have a question or comment about this topic, please raise your hand and we'll go ahead and promote you. Seeing no further comments or questions from members of the public, and seeing no questions or comments from colleagues, I will go ahead and move the matter to a vote, doing it by division of the House. Vice Chairperson DeCapo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is a yes.
Commissioner Comer is a yes.
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 The matter passes 5-0-0. And then the last matter on the agenda, well, not the last matter, but moving on to the next section, is matters before the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, ABCA. It is the settlement agreement for Velvet's. I did not realize that the settlement agreement was not attached to the agenda when it was sent out. So by law, I will have to read the settlement agreement. But if anybody is here from Velvet's, I will need you to raise your hand so that we can go ahead and promote you.
Good evening, Chairperson Patel and ANC2A. John McGowan on behalf of the applicant Velvets. I'm here with co-counsel Meredith Kenner.
Thank you for appearing tonight, Attorney McGowan and Attorney Kenner. As you have just learned, as I have just learned, the Velvet settlement agreement was not attached to the agenda. Our executive director inadvertently put in the reinstatement order, which is what gets clicked on. And so by law, I have to read the entirety of the settlement agreement, section by section. Edie Shellis has posted the draft settlement agreement so that members of the public who are in this meeting can see it. And if Edie Shellis, if you could share the screen so that I may read it out loud. And if my voice starts to crack, I apologize. After I am done reading it, I will move the matter and then call for a second. Settlement agreement. The settlement agreement, open parentheses, the agreement, close parentheses, is entered on this, blank day of July 2025 by and between DMV Investment Group LLC, T/A, Velvets, open parentheses, the applicant, close parentheses, and Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2A, open parentheses, ANC 2A, close parentheses, collectively the parties pursuant to DC Code 25-446. Recitals. Edie Shellis, could you just move it down a little bit for me? Okay. Whereas the applicant applied for a medical cannabis retailer license, open parentheses, APCA-13078, close parentheses, with a delivery endorsement and safe use treatment facility endorsement at 2517 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20037, open parentheses, the premise, close parentheses. The premise was placarded on April 4th, 2025. Whereas the applicant and ANC2A desire to enter into a voluntary settlement agreement which memorializes the terms and conditions under which ANC2A has agreed to support applicant's license as a medical cannabis retailer at the premise. Whereas the terms and conditions contained herein are intended to ensure that the applicant operates in a manner that promotes neighborhood peace, order, and quiet, preserves safety, security, and sanitation around the premise, and protects residential parking. Whereas all terms of this agreement are in compliance with the relevant sections of the District of Columbia Official Code, open parentheses, DC Code, close parentheses, and the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations, open parentheses, DCMR, close parentheses. Now, therefore, in consideration of the recitals set forth and mutual covenants set forth below, the parties agree as follow. Number one, nature of business. The applicant has applied for a medical cannabis retailer license and will provide medical cannabis products to qualifying patients and caregivers. Applicant has also applied for the following license endorsements. Letter A, safe use treatment facility. The applicant has applied for a license endorsement to permit qualifying patients to consume medical cannabis products at the time of purchase in a designated consumption area within the premise. Letter B, delivery. The applicant has applied for a license endorsement to make deliveries to qualifying patients and caregivers within the District of Columbia. C, educational testing. tasting. The applicant has applied for a license endorsement to offer cooking classes, how-to classes, demonstrations, and tastings for educational purposes to qualifying patients and caregivers at the premises. All activities which include smoking or vaping medical cannabis shall be limited to the designated safe use treatment facility area. The applicant will operate subject to the terms and conditions of any license, permits, and endorsements issued by the ABC Board. Number 2, withdrawal of the summer garden endorsement. The applicant agrees not to pursue a summer garden endorsement. Applicant will provide notice to APCA to withdraw its application for a summer garden endorsement at the premises. The applicant agrees that under no circumstances will it pursue a summer garden license endorsement in the future. Number 3, hours of operation. Under no circumstances shall the applicant's hours of operation exceed the hours of operation permitted by APCA. The applicant will maintain visible signage at the entrance to the premise that clearly identifies the hours of operation for the safe use treatment facility and medical cannabis retail sales. The applicant hours are as follows. Letter A, hours of operation, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. Letter B, medical cannabis sales, 10 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. daily. C, safe use treatment facility, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. Letter D, delivery, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., then 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. daily. Number 4, noise. The applicant will take reasonable steps to ensure that there are no sounds, music, noises, bass or vibrations coming from the interior premises that will be audible from the exterior of the premises. The applicant will not attach speakers to exterior of the premises. Live music and other live entertainment is prohibited in the safe use facility. Number 5, ventilation and odor suppression. The applicant shall install and maintain a separate HVAC system and charcoal air filtration system in the safe use treatment facility to eliminate odor associated with the consumption of medical cannabis. Notwithstanding paragraph 24 below, if at any time the applicant becomes aware that the residents or commercial tenants in any neighboring building have detected any cannabis odor emanating from the safe use treatment facility, the applicant will take commercially reasonable action to remediate the odor within 3 business days. Number 6, prohibition on the sale of flavored tobacco products. Pursuant to DC Code 7-1721.08, open parentheses A, close parentheses, open parentheses L, close parentheses L, the sale of flavored tobacco products is prohibited in the District of Columbia. Applicant shall not sell, distribute, or offer for sale flavored tobacco products at the premises. The term flavored tobacco product as used herein shall mean any tobacco product or synthetic tobacco product that imparts a characterizing flavor that has distinguishable taste or aroma other than tobacco, as permitted by DC Code 7-1671.01, open parentheses 14, close parentheses, the applicant shall be permitted to sell medical cannabis paraphernalia. Number 7, notice and enforcement of ban on outdoor consumption of cannabis. The applicant will post signage with a minimum of 1-inch lettering at the front entrance in the interior of the premises, which states smoking, ingesting, or consuming medical cannabis in public is strictly prohibited. The applicant will further advise qualifying patients and caregivers, either verbally or by written notice at the time of purchase, the medical cannabis can only be consumed in a residence or in a safe use treatment facility and cannot be consumed on a street, sidewalk, alley, or other public space. If the applicant, its employees, or agents know that a person has consumed cannabis, medical cannabis, or illegal narcotics within 100 feet of the premises on public space, the applicant should report the incidents to MPD, Metropolitan Police Department. Number 8, outdoor signage. The applicant agrees to abstain from the use of neon, LED, or novelty signage, blinking lights, or any other electronic light-up signage on the licensed premise premises in any form as part of its exterior language or internal design. The applicant will not use exterior signage on the premises unless that signage complies with all laws or regulations concerning review by the U.S. Commission of Fine Arts. See example Appendix N of the District of Columbia Building Code 12-A DCMR, then N101 close parentheses. The applicant will not use signage such as sandwich boards or other sidewalks displays in front of the premises, and will not place such signage in public space anywhere in ANC 2A. The applicant will remove all signage on the exterior of the premises that includes terms CBD, kratom, tobacco, vapes, marijuana, cigars, and cigarettes. This applicant will not post any signage on the exterior of the establishment that advertises, markets, or displays medical cannabis products. Number 9, exterior of the premises. The applicant removed the security bars from the exterior of the premises prior to becoming operational. Further, the applicant will ensure that no medical cannabis will be visible from the exterior of the premises. Number 10, vendor deliveries. The applicant will require all vendors, including other medical cannabis licensees, to make all deliveries no earlier than 10 a.m. and no later than 8 p.m. daily. The applicant will strongly encourage all contracted vendors and contractors to park in a legally designated parking or delivery space. Number 11, prevention of illegal cannabis sales. Letter A, the applicant or its agents must request that all qualifying patients seeking to purchase medical cannabis show valid government-issued identification before distributing medical cannabis to qualified patients or caregivers. If a qualifying patient or caregiver fails to show valid government-issued identification, the applicant will be prohibited from distributing medical cannabis to the qualifying patient or caregiver. Letter B, when the applicant permits or allows caregivers or qualifying patients under the age of 21 into the premises, at least one identification check shall occur at the time the qualifying patient or caregiver attempts to purchase or obtain medical cannabis. Once the applicant or its agents confirm that the qualifying patient or caregiver is eligible to obtain medical cannabis, no additional identification checks will be required under this subsection. Letter C, the applicant will report all attempts by unqualified persons to purchase medical cannabis illegally to APCA and MPD. Number 12, deliveries to qualifying patients. For deliveries to qualifying patients, the applicant will institute and maintain a process other than self-affirmation to verify. Letter A. Edie Shellis, could you go ahead and bring the screen down a little bit more? Thank you. Letter A. The qualifying patient that receives the medical cannabis delivery is physically present at the residence or commercial building and is in the same person who placed the order. Letter B. Pursuant to APCA regulations, the applicant shall maintain a delivery manifest to track delivery of cannabis and document receipt of each delivery. Number 13, maintenance of public space. The parties acknowledge that various commercial businesses and residents are in close proximity to the premises. The applicant will ensure that the public sidewalk up to and including the curb in front of the entrance of the premises are free of litter, bottles, cans, cigarette butts, trash, and other debris in compliance with the relevant DC code and DCMR provisions at least twice daily during hours of operation. To curtail nuisances related to cigarette smoke, the applicant agrees to post signage at the front entrance to the premises which states no smoking within 25 feet of the entrance, and in the District of Columbia it is illegal to consume medical cannabis on a street, sidewalk, or in a public space. Number 14, managing trash and recycling. The applicant will contract with a trash and recycling contractor to provide appropriate containers for trash and recycling designed to prevent rodent intrusion. The applicant will require its trash and recycling contractors to pick up trash and recycling no earlier than 7 a.m. and no later than 7 p.m. daily. The applicant will comply with all APCA regulations regarding the disposal of medical cannabis waste. Number 15, rodent and vermin control. The applicant will contract with a professional licensed rodent pest and vermin control company to provide control as necessary for the interior and exterior of the premises. Number 16, cooperation in stemming illegal activity in the vicinity of the premises. To the full extent permitted by law, the applicant will discourage illegal activities, including the consumption of cannabis and alcohol in the vicinity of the premises. The applicant will use its best efforts to prohibit illegal or disruptive activities in the vicinity of the premise and will maintain contact with MPD and APCA as appropriate. Number 17, responding to incidents in the vicinity of the premises. The applicant shall comply with all existing laws and regulations related to documenting and reporting violent, threatening incidents, medical emergencies, and fire safety emergencies which occur inside the premises to APCA, the MPD, and other government agencies in accordance with any time period mandated by LAFNO. The applicant will report criminal conduct committed by persons within 100 feet of the establishment to MPD, will refuse to sell medical cannabis to any person engaging in criminal conduct while inside the establishment. The reporting requirements contained in this section shall be satisfied by using 311 or 911 to report the incident. Number 18, behavior of the qualifying patients and caregivers. During the hours of operation and while the safe use facility treatment is open, the applicant will make commercially reasonable efforts to prevent qualifying patients and caregivers from causing noise or disturbance in the front of or immediately adjacent to the premises as they enter and exit the premises. The applicant will take reasonable measures to prevent a qualifying patient or caregiver that is behaving in an unruly or disruptive manner from entering the premises. They will refuse to sell medical cannabis to any qualifying patient or caregiver that exhibits unruly or disruptive behavior while inside the premises. Number 19, parking and traffic mitigation. Letter A, the applicant will discourage its employees, vendors, and qualifying patients from parking their vehicles illegally in the areas with time limited or resident only parking. The applicant will encourage its employees to use public transportation, walk, electronic cycle, or bicycle to the premises. Letter B, the applicant shall strongly encourage vendors and contractors to park legally and as reasonably necessary, work with DDOT, DPW, and other appropriate district agencies to resolve issues related to illegal parking by its vendors or contractors. Letter C, the applicant will notify qualifying patients on its website through other advertising or marketing that the parking in the vicinity of the premises is extremely limited and will encourage qualifying patients to use public transportation, bicycle, electronic cycle, or walk to the premises. Letter D, the applicant will mark and maintain 2 parking spots at the rear of the premises for use by employees and vendors. Number 20, availability of the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement, availability of the settlement agreement. The applicant agrees to make copies of this agreement available at the premises at all times and will ensure its employees are familiar with the terms of this agreement. Number 21, employee training and background checks. The applicant will establish a comprehensive employee training program. All employees and managers must be registered with the APCA and will be required to complete this training program prior to handling medical cannabis. The applicant will require all employees to submit a criminal background check at the time of hiring. The applicant will permit all employees that have registered with APCA and completed the training program to begin working at the premises while the results of their criminal background checks are pending. Number 22, security plan. The applicant shall comply with the terms of its security plan, security plan on file with the APCA and approved by the ABC board. The security plan shall include but not be limited to the following security measures. Letter A, the applicant will install and maintain security cameras on the exterior, front, and rear of the premises. Applicant will retain all video footage from the security cameras for at least 30 days. Letter B, the applicant will utilize panic buttons, and install an alarm system which will be connected to the MPD when activated. And letter C, the applicant will hire registered security personnel as needed during peak business hours. Number 23, compliance with laws and regulations. The applicant will abide by all laws and regulations related to the ownership and operation of a medical cannabis retailer license. Number 4, website compliance. The applicant will include an age verification feature on its website to ensure all visitors of the applicant's website are 21 years of age or older. Number 25, binding effect. This agreement will be binding upon and enforceable against the successors or assigns of the applicant. Number 26, notice and opportunity to cure. If ANC2A considers the applicant to be in breach of this agreement and before ANC2A seeks intervention by another DC government entity, ANC2A agrees to give the applicant 30 calendar days notice and opportunity to cure. If the applicant fails to begin to cure the breach during those 30 calendar days, such failure will constitute cause for ANC2A to file a complaint with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration. Any notices required to be made under this agreement will be made in writing and sent via email to parties and their designated representatives at the addresses below. And it just states the applicant's, the operator's name, his email address, the carbon copy going to Kinner and McGowan, which are the legal representatives, and then to ANC2A. And then the rest, I will also read out. Go back up. Sorry. Any party may change its notice address by written notice to the other. Failure to give notice shall not constitute a waiver of any acquiescence to the violation, but notice will be prerequisite to the filing of a complaint with the ABC board or any other enforcement action related to this agreement. Number 27, entire agreement. The agreement replaces in full any previous agreements between the applicant and ANC2A. Number 28, counterpart facsimile signature. This agreement may be executed in 2 or more counterparts, which together shall constitute a single agreement. Execution of this agreement may be made by any electronically transmitted signature, which shall constitute an original signature. 29, modifications. This agreement constitutes the only agreement between the parties and may be modified only by the written agreement of the parties. And then the next page is where I would be signing off as the designee and the operator. Oh, and I forgot to read, in witness thereof, the parties have executed this agreement as of the date first written above. So that was a very, very long document to read, but it was very thorough. But I did satisfy the legal requirement and read the entire document in its entirety. Once again, apologies to the public that this agreement was not settled. We did not, the settlement agreement was not placed in the agenda. This is not normal. This is an anomaly. So sincerest apologies to everyone, but I do believe everyone has had a chance to review it as I have read it out. So to try to keep us on track, I'm going to move this matter and I'm calling for a second so that we can go ahead and start the discussion. Do I have a second for this matter?
Seconded.
Okay, it's moved by Chairperson Patel. It is seconded by Vice Chairperson DeCapo. Commissioner Malik.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have a number of questions on this. I'm going to ask a couple, and then I will be happy to yield if any of my colleagues would like to jump in, and then time permitting, we'll come back to the other questions.
Absolutely. So I am going to defer the responses to your questions to attorneys McGowan and Attorney Kinner on
Okay.
that. So.
Yeah. I think most are addressed to council. So the first question I have, what aspects of this agreement go beyond the minimal legal requirements for a business of this nature?
Thank you. Do you want me to answer now, or did you want to go?
Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Malik. Good question. This agreement is the product of mediation and several negotiations with Commissioner Patel. There are other protestants, just to be clear in this matter, that we are working on at their request, a separate settlement agreement. So a lot of things in here that go beyond the requirements are a product of discussions we had with constituents in your ANC at mediation. Now, this is not that agreement, but just for example, the summer garden endorsement was withdrawn. That was not required to be withdrawn. Removing security bars on the windows of the establishment was a big concession. That was something that was important, that we heard feedback from, and our client is willing to do. Removing a portion of its sign, its exterior signage that includes the term CBD, kratom, tobacco, vapes, cigars, cigarettes, that will be removed. Conducting criminal background checks for all employees, not a requirement of ABCA, something that we really didn't want to do. But it was important that your constituents, know that the people working at the facility don't have certain criminal background history. So we agreed to that. That is not something that we normally agree to. Commissioner Patel asked no sandwich boards and to contract with vermin control professionals. We agreed to that. Security personnel, not required by the regs, something that can be a costly expense for a small business owner. We agreed to hire security personnel as needed during peak hours. We're not going to commit to every day or a certain amount of days, but our client is okay with hiring security personnel. Those are some of the things. I don't know if you want me to keep going, but those were some of the things. None of those are required by the regulations, and those are concessions that were made.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Section 16 states that the applicant will use its, quote, best efforts to prohibit illegal or disruptive activities in, quote, the vicinity of the premises and will maintain contact with MPD and ABCA, quote, as appropriate. So I'm curious, what is the practical definition of the term best efforts? How is the applicant defining the vicinity of the premises, and what constitutes appropriate contact with MPD and ABCA?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get into the definitions of all those things. I feel like that is reasonable efforts in a commercial setting. We're not the police. We're not a security company. So there's only so many things you can do. But I'm just not going to sit here and go through all of these terms with you and have to define them for every circumstance they may apply.
Well, I don't think this issue has been raised by the community. It's not clear to people what these terms mean. And it seems like when we read this, or when certain constituents read this, that these are not concrete commitments because they don't have an actual definition that can be communicated. So I'm just like, we have no idea what best efforts means. We have no idea what constitutes appropriate communication. I think it's a reasonable question. Like, how would you, I mean, you have the right, I guess, to not answer this and to not say how you would define these. But if we can't define them, then I don't think they really have any meaning in the document.
Define what? Best efforts? You don't know what best efforts mean in terms of a contract?
Let's talk about the vicinity. That's a more concrete thing. What is the vicinity of the premises? That's not spelled out in the settlement agreement.
Again, not going to get into this with you. There are several terms in here which kind of, I guess the property line. I mean, you're not going to say the vicinity is a neighboring business's property line, correct?
Well, what about the alley?
But again, I'm not going to get into these definitions with you. You can try to nitpick vicinity and all of these other things, but we're not going to get into
Mr. McGowan, these are reasonable questions that have been raised by the constituents who voted us into office, who we have a responsibility to represent. And I think to suggest that I'm nitpicking by asking you to define the terms that are in your own contract or the negotiated contract that you're asking us to approve, I think that's disrespectful and not the definition of nitpicking. These are quite real questions that have come from the people who live in the area where your applicant wants to operate. So I really I think it's inappropriate to suggest that that's nitpicking, especially with regard to this question of the vicinity, because I think this is a serious concern for the folks who live around there. Is it's like, does that include the alley adjacent to the building? Does that include the sidewalk in front of the location of the business? Like, we have no idea reading this what that actually means. So we have no idea how it will be enforced in practice or if it means anything at all. So, I mean, you have nothing further to say on that.
I would say I would draw your attention to term number 17 in the agreement. If we're trying to get an idea of vicinity, responding to incidents in the vicinity of the premises. The applicant will report criminal conduct committed by persons within 100 feet of the establishment to MPD and will refuse to sell medical cannabis to any person engaging in criminal conduct while inside the establishment. Does that answer your question with vicinity?
So 100 feet, can you give us any sense of, is that a 100 feet in a, like, what does that include?
Pretty concrete.
As the crow flies, we'd use ABCA's definition of defining measurements there, which is it's linear, so it's as the crow flies.
Okay.
And again, I think it's important to realize that our camera system is only able to capture as much activity as they can reasonably capture, right? That's just a limitation on the technology. We can't install cameras on other people's property. And so I think it's important to remember that the applicant, the employees will be monitoring the camera systems, and if something comes up on their camera, by law, that would have to be filed in an incident report per number 17, as Mr. McGowan just referenced. So I think, you know, obviously if something happens at P Street Beach, we can't be responsible for that. That's far outside of something that our cameras could ever capture. But to the extent that the applicant is aware of incidents occurring within the immediate vicinity, which it can see if it walks outside. So as you said, the sidewalk immediately outside of the premises, as well as visual, I think within 100 feet, that's all reasonable. I think that's perfectly reasonable, but we can't be expected to be monitoring activity throughout the neighborhood or in parts of the alley that we have no visual access to in our location.
Well, no, I appreciate that answer, and I agree you're not responsible for, your applicant is not responsible for monitoring the entire neighborhood. I don't think anybody was suggesting that. I think there are serious concerns about, you know, the alleyway that has been brought up numerous times.
Again, I think 17 appropriately addresses that, what we're considering a vicinity is 100 feet.
Okay.
That's, again, linear. So that's the circle around the applicant of 100 feet.
So I have one more question sort of on this, and then I'll yield to my colleagues if they have anything. And Mr. McGowan, I suspect from your last answer, you're probably also going to not want to answer this one, but I think it's important to raise this. Section 18 states that the applicant will make, quote, commercially reasonable efforts to prevent qualifying patients and caregivers from causing noise or disturbances. I have no idea what the definition of commercially reasonable efforts is in this context, nor who would determine that. Do you have any, can you offer us anything on what the practical implications of that language is?
Well, just to touch on that, I mean, disturbances, and it says in the term, would mean if a qualifying patient or caregiver is behaving in an unruly or disruptive manner in or around the premises. Either staff or security personnel, if they're on duty, would prevent a disruption from a patient of the facility. I mean, that is one way you would use a commercially reasonable effort to prevent someone from disrupting, you know, peace and quiet in or around the facility.
And I would add, there's only so much that even private security or an employee can do to restrain an individual, right? That's when the MPD has to be called, which I think, again, if we're referring to 17, that's an incident when the MPD would be called. And again, we're going back to that 100-foot vicinity measurement.
So am I correct then in thinking that the term commercially in this sense doesn't mean economically, it means in the context of operational capabilities?
It means, yes, it
Right.
means in the context of what a business owner is permitted to do and yes, that's exactly what it means.
Okay, I'll go ahead and yield to my colleagues on this. Thank you for the answers.
Thanks.
You're quite welcome.
Commissioner Comer, you're recognized, and you just remember to take yourself off mute.
Thank you. The last time we discussed this issue, Commissioner Yang had indicated that she went over to Velvet and asked whether or not she could buy flavored tobacco. And she was told she could, which I see paragraph 6 of the agreement says is illegal and Velvet will not sell it. Okay? I think it is important that the public know that the lawyers for Velvet have accused her of dealing in bad faith. And they said that when she said what she did, they characterized
Commissioner, I don't think that's relevant here.
It is relevant. Just listen. When she said on the record that she impersonated a civilian and visited Velvet's prior to the meeting in an attempt to elicit flavored tobacco sales. Hey, she didn't impersonate a civilian. She was a young person. She went in there and she asked a question. I went in yesterday and asked the same question. Do you sell flavored tobacco? And I was told yes. Which just blew my mind up. I mean, you know that you're up for an application to have permits to do this stuff. You're making all of these assertions in the settlement that you're going to do all of these things, and yet, in reality, a very simple matter, getting rid of flavored tobacco, you didn't do anything about it. I don't have any confidence that you're going to fully comply with all of the commitments you're making in the settlement agreement. I wish I had some confidence, but I think they're just words that nobody's going to follow through on. The other problem I have is there is a daycare center very close by. I walked it. It's 150 steps to the front door of that daycare center. I don't know if DC law, when it says 250 feet, whether that's the front door, the back door, or whatever, but Velvet is clearly within 250 feet of the building that the daycare center is in, and they cover that whole first floor portion along Pennsylvania Avenue. I just don't think you're qualified to be located there. So you can respond to me in any way, but how could you, in good faith, continue to be selling flavored tobacco while you're trying to get an application through this commission and you were already found to have violated that situation? It's just appalling to me. You could welcome the response if you want.
I don't think a response is necessary. Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Comer.
And I would urge my colleagues to think carefully about entering into a settlement agreement with folks who you can't really trust to keep the agreement.
I will take issue with that, actually, Commissioner Comer. I will actually comment on that. You made a lot of allegations and assumptions in your comments. You're saying you can't trust our client. I don't believe you know them. Your allegations have not been the fruit of an investigation by an agency or regulatory body. They're what you're alleging is true. Appreciate your opinion, but I take issue with you saying our client can't be trusted. You don't even know our client. They haven't even been a medical licensee. So whatever you're saying, I feel is not relevant to a future medical cannabis licensee. Thank you.
You don't think it's relevant that they're still selling flavored tobacco?
You say they're selling, right? You act like
I wouldn't say it unless it
is there an investigation? I mean, I'm just curious.
It's
You just say it and it's true, right?
Investigation. It was the customer. I walked in there.
And Commissioner Comer
even said that.
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. I apologize. I was saying, other than you sticking up for Commissioner Yang and doing your own investigative work, you haven't really given much input into the actual terms of the settlement agreement. So I'm really not sure what your position is, other than you don't trust our client, or they're going to be flavored tobacco dealers forever, or something.
I
I'm a
don't have
little confused.
confidence that your client will comply with the terms of the settlement agreement if they're not complying with terms of clear DC law.
So this isn't the settlement agreement's an enforceable contract? Once the settlement agreement.
Yeah, we're gonna, yes, you can say that, but we're then gonna engage in the exact kinds of fights and discussions you just said. It doesn't make any sense. A heavily regulated business like cannabis sales should be clean from the beginning.
I appreciate your concerns.
That's my view. I'm not looking to engage in long-term negotiations with you and accusations that, one commissioner impersonated a civilian. No, these are people. I'm a person. She was a person. Very different ages. And I just don't have the confidence that it's going to work.
Thank you for your comments.
Commissioner Malik?
Yeah, just very quickly, I think it is wild now that we have had two commissioners, two elected officials of the District of Columbia come before this applicant and say, we have personally witnessed the applicant violating district law. And then counsel for the applicant is at least implying, if I'm interpreting this correctly, that those elected officials may be being dishonest about what they experienced while visiting the business. That is pretty crazy to me. And again, this is a term that I keep underscoring: disrespectful. We represent our constituents. I mean, I think it's, am I reading this correctly? Are you suggesting, Mr. McGowan, that Commissioner Yang and now Commissioner Comer may be misrepresenting their experience in asking these questions?
And I appreciate the question and the effort, but no, I'm not saying that. Never use the word dishonest. I'm just saying we're not going to risk our client's license on allegations made with no evidence. Just because Commissioner Comer and former Commissioner Yang said they saw these things and witnessed these things, our client's been open for 4 years. Have you pointed to a DLCP or APCA investigation about these allegations? You have not. You just come up here and say, yesterday, Commissioner Comer, you just happened to go in there and ask for flavored tobacco. And Commissioner Malik, now I'm saying we're not going to rely on that. And I'm just calling everyone dishonest. I think your question is disingenuous. And no, I never said anyone's lying. And it's a former Commissioner Yang. Let's not talk as if she's presently a commissioner weighing in on this subject, because she's not.
Your approach to these negotiations, Mr. McGowan, has been so combative from the first time you came before this commission. I cannot imagine how you could possibly think that this is an appropriate way to deal with this body.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your opinion.
Do you have further questions or comments from colleagues before I turn to members of the public? Commissioner Comer, I think you left your hand raised. I don't think you have another question or comment. Okay. If you're a member of the public, please raise your hand and we'll promote you so that you can comment. You're recognized. You've been promoted. You just have to take yourself off mute.
Point of process, chairperson, can you call on the person? When we have multiple hands raised, they may not know who is being called on.
I just try not to do it because sometimes people don't want their name being outed in public, but I'll go ahead. Hi, Jane, you have been promoted and you are recognized. Um, Jane, we can't hear you. Like, I know you took yourself off mute. If you're able to type in the chat, if there's a problem with your audio.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll try this again. My name is Jane Lewicki. I live within the same block as the Velvet establishment. I'd like to go back to the vicinity question because Mr. McGowan mentioned number 17. But if you look at the terminology it says there that you will report criminal conduct within 100 feet. It doesn't say anything about discouraging illegal activities or consumption of cannabis within that same vicinity. So 100 feet for reporting, fine, but 100, are you actually going to be monitoring within 100 feet also? Because that's not clear at all in this paper. Also expecting us as constituents to comment on this agreement, which we've only seen within the last hour or so. And we expect the ANC to represent us as constituents. That is what we feel is your role. And first of all, we haven't even had enough time to even look at the whole agreement. Second of all, I think former Commissioner Yang mediation with Velvet was very, very different than this, whether she was a former commissioner or not. I also want to make the fact and emphasize the fact that many, many of us were not involved in any mediation that occurred. So we have not had any input into this draft agreement that we're seeing for the first time within the last hour or so. And I know that many people disagree and are opposed and would never agree to these terms as residents in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next person.
Am I the next person?
You sure are.
Thank you.
Go.
My name is Barbara Kalo. I used to live in the block, but I don't live there now. But I have two questions. I had read, I still can't print what was here today for whatever reason. Now they're going to send it to me after the meeting, and I appreciate that. But I have not been able to study it, nor have the people that live there been able to study it. This is too late to let people be able to fully do it. I would like a side-by-side. What I did read was the earlier version, which was excellent, that Commissioner Yang had negotiated and written. What are the one question, what are the differences between the old version and this version? I want to know what was dropped out and what has changed. And second, is that my confusion. I did hear you all say that there are other protestants. And I know what the ABRA law is, but for alcohol, I don't know what the new law is for cannabis. If the ANC signs a settlement agreement, do the other protestants no longer have standing, or can they sign a separate settlement agreement? What is the standing of all the other protestants? So first is the side-by-side and what's missing and changes. And second is to explain the other protestants and how they fit in. I'm sorry, there are two questions, but I didn't know if I could be recognized twice. So that's why there are two questions.
That's okay, Ms. Kalo. Thank you for the question. We're only going to answer the second one anyway, so it's fine. We went to mediation. All of the protestants who actually have standing were present and represented by counsel at the mediation administered by ABCA. And so many of the stakeholders and those protestants, Brigham Young University, Learning Leaf Child Care Center, and certain residents at 2501 Pennsylvania Avenue. Westbridge condos did not have standing. That was ruled by the board. So those three groups were represented by counsel and had many of those protestants attended as well. And it was not former Commissioner Yang that represented the ANC. It was Chairperson Patel.
I know that. I'm saying the earlier version when she was still a commissioner is the one I have seen. I have not seen this.
But it wasn't a product of mediation, like you said.
It was what she was going to proffer for mediation, and that's all I have to look at. That was what I had, and it was excellent, and that was not the same as what I heard today verbally.
Well, I'm glad that was excellent because that was our draft agreement that we shared with Ms. Yang, and it is
what was changed.
We're not going to go through that. We certainly already read an agreement, but we did have a mediation with the majority of these stakeholders, and The product of that was this agreement and our negotiations
But
with
what is their
Thank you for
standing?
your questions.
No, you didn't answer the question. I know that
Oh,
Lyle
I'm
Blanchard
sorry.
was there. I know Lyle Blanchard was there. The question is, can they have a separate
Yes,
agreement?
ma'am.
So
Yes.
it's different than the alcohol. So they can have a
No.
separate agreement.
The same as alcohol.
There's no five group of five or more. And in alcohol, the ANC settlement knocks out the group of five or more, is my understanding.
Yeah.
And so, as I understand, the ANC settlement agreement, to the extent that it conflicts with an agreement among the other protestants, the settlement agreement that is more restrictive would actually, and is accepted by the board, which I think is also important to add, is the settlement agreement that would prevail or would control.
So Meredith, thank you for trying to answer it. That's great. So you're saying two can be presented to the board and they decide. So thank you. So Lyle, the three Protestant groups that he's representing can present his own.
That's correct. But I would caution you, Ms. Callow, that that board can only approve a settlement agreement presented to the board. The board is only able to enforce certain terms. So that is our concern with Mr. Blanchard's settlement agreement, is that many of the terms Mr. Blanchard has proposed are not enforceable by the board. And so I think that's something to consider. So this ANC agreement would be enforceable by the board. It's been crafted so it would be enforceable.
Is there any way to delay the consideration, since none of us have seen this before, until the next ANC meeting so they could vote on it after we've all had a chance to review it? I mean, this seems like a very important agreement, and we just got it. I read to us. I don't even have a paper copy yet, and it's impossible to be able to talk about it paragraph by paragraph, which we normally would do. I've done a million of these alcohol ones. I've done my first cannabis one, so I'm sort of a dummy in this thing. But if I would had more time, I think it would be helpful if you could postpone it. Is it possible to ask for a postponement so we all had time to review it?
I would say that we would obviously oppose that idea. This placard, we were placarded April 4th, and it's been over 90 days, and the ANC will be on recess until September 17th. So we would oppose 60-day delay just so there could be more review.
But if it was less than 60 days?
I'm sorry?
How about if it was less than 60 days, a special meeting?
No, I don't think we would agree to that either. And I don't think that's just our opinion, but it's obviously up to the ANC.
Well, thank you, Meredith, for answering what the protest. That was very helpful.
Do you have further questions or comments from members of the public? Hi, Steve. You're recognized.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, just a couple of comments on what was just said. The earlier version that was shared with a bunch of the residents was not the version that the applicant put before Commissioner Yang. The one we saw was with Commissioner Yang's changes to it, which are the tight provisions that Jane Ledecky was referring to. This is not anything like that. It's not as tight. It has typical words that are going to be hard to interpret or enforce. Reasonable steps, commercially reasonable, encourage, discourage, take reasonable measures. I mean, those are all vague standards, and how do they get enforced and how do they get interpreted? This is a very pliable, if that's the right word, agreement that I don't know how it gets enforced, even though there are procedural steps to do that, which I think has somebody going before the ANC first as the contractual party, then the ANC has to refer it to the board, and it's not a practical resolution. Now, I will add that one of the things that disturbs me the most as a neighbor is having the store hours go to 11 o'clock at night. This is a residential area. And we're going to have these customers of this commercial establishment coming in and out as late as 11 o'clock at night. That's very disturbing. And and also in terms of parking, which is another thing I think all of us in the neighborhood were concerned about. The parking is already tight there. People are illegally parking now, and you add more traffic from the operation of this store, and it's just a little unbearable. And I guess the last thing I'd say is, as Mr. McGowan noted, the Westbridge where I live was procedurally taken out of the board meetings. The other three are still in. But if we don't have the support of the neighborhood ANC, the representatives of the neighborhood resisting this license, the chances of winning this over in the board are slim at best.
It's the neighborhood.
We need the help of the ANC. The end is the neighborhood. These are the neighbors that are directly affected, that are all strongly opposed to this license.
Thank you for your comments. This is going to be the last call for public comments. If you're a member of the public and you want to comment on this topic, please raise your hand and we will recognize you. Seeing no further questions or comments from the public, seeing no further questions or comments from colleagues or commissioners, I'm going to go ahead and move this matter to a vote. We're going to vote by division of the House, going in numerical order. Vice Chairperson DeCapo?
Yes.
Chairperson Patel is a yes.
Secretary Comer is a no.
Absolutely no.
Yes.
The matter passes 3-2-0. Thank you, attorneys McGowan and Kinner.
Thank you,
Thanks so
Chairperson
much.
Patel. Thank you,
Have a
Nancy.
wonderful meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then next up on the agenda is matters before the George Washington University. If you are with the George Washington University, please raise your hand and we will promote you.
Good morning, or morning. It feels like the morning.
Yeah.
Good
Edie
evening,
Shellis.
commissioners.
Sorry, Mr. Days, before you go on. Okay, she has been promoted. And so, Commissioner Malik, would you like to go ahead and run this section?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So we are hearing a presentation on an upcoming proposal from George Washington University to modify an existing PUD at 2001 Pennsylvania Avenue. We are not voting on anything tonight. There is not an application that has been submitted yet for this modification, but the university has asked to give a presentation on their proposal. So we have agreed to allow them to come and speak to the community. With that, I'll turn it over to Kevin Days and whoever else he has brought with his team. If you guys could introduce yourselves.
Yep, I will get us started. Okay, I'm going to share the presentation. Thanks, Jim, for the opening. As I said, my name is Kevin Days, and I am the Executive Director for Government Community Relations here at the George Washington University. I'm joined by Lee Templin from Golston & Storrs, our Land Use Council for the university. In addition, I'm also joined by two colleagues from the George Washington University, Adam Aronson, who's the Interim Associate Vice President for Facilities, Planning, Construction, and Management, and Karen Zinn, Associate Vice President for Real Estate in the Office of Real Estate. We're here tonight to provide, as Commissioner Malik said, an opening sort of a informational update to talk to you a little bit about what we're planning for our PUD modification at 2001 Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm going to run through this PowerPoint. I know it's really late, and I want to make sure we have time for questions and comments. So I just give you a sense of where the building is located. The building is located on Pennsylvania Avenue. It's in that blue dot there on the screen across from the Monroe Park, and again on Pennsylvania Avenue. Some background on the property: 2001 Pennsylvania Avenue is currently improved with an 11-story mixed-use building consisting of office space on the upper floors and retail space on the ground floor. The university acquired this property in late 2024 as part of its efforts to strategically meet administrative and academic space needs. At present, the majority of the building remains leased to non-university tenants. In the near term, the university intends to utilize vacant office spaces within the building as a swing space for administrative and academic offices. It is also our plan to activate the currently vacant retail spaces with university-related uses, and with the idea that this would help maintain an active and welcoming streetscape. Long-term vision: the university is currently evaluating its long-term options for the building. At this stage, we primarily anticipate that the primary uses will include, as we've said, administrative and office space to support university operations, some academic uses that will enhance the university's ability to meet its institutional priorities, and we're committed to ensuring that the building's future use complements the surrounding neighborhood and maintains the vibrancy of the area. To get to these uses, the university is seeking to modify the existing PUD as follows. We want to modify condition 2 of the PUD order to permit university uses both on the ground floor and the upper floors of the building. We also want to authorize a new building identification signage to appropriately reflect the university's presence while being mindful of the building's design and neighborhood character. We have a commitment to working collaboratively with 2A and community makers throughout this process, and we do value your feedback and look forward to working with you as we move forward on this process. We have heard some serious concerns from the community about the loss of retail space, and just want to reflect on the environment in which we are making this decision. Our research, which we sourced from CoStar, which is the largest source of verified commercial real estate information, analytics, and data-driven, shows that this is a challenging time for retail leasing in the community. Currently, there's 130,000 square feet of vacant retail space within a 2-block radius of 2001 Pennsylvania Avenue. This volume of vacancy signals there's a challenging retail market leasing in downtown DC. We believe that the average duration of these vacancies among these storefronts is 41 months, which is 3 years. We believe persistent vacancies contribute to a less vibrant streetscape, reduce foot traffic, and reduce economic activity in the area. This modification will allow the university to use that ground space to offer what we consider a practical and immediate solution to one of these long-standing vacancies. Rather than contributing to retail stagnation, this modification, we hope, will bring energy, investment, and people to the area. As you know, the university brings a constant flow of students, faculty, and staff who will support the existing surrounding businesses. And we believe that having occupancy provides a long-term economic and neighborhood stability compared to speculative or short-term retail leases. The data clearly shows that retail demand is just not keeping pace with available retail space in this corridor. Flexibility in permitted use, such as allowing university occupancy, is a necessary adaptation to what is clearly a changing market conditions and will help, we believe, in the long run. The other issue has been around the notion of illuminated signs, and we're just showing that adding illuminated signs in this area is not something that is not going to be completely different. There's lots of places that have illuminated signs. We believe that particularly lower story lit signage and architectural elements are a hallmark of downtown DC. And it is important, illumination is important to maintaining safety and enhancing public safety in the area. Clearly, we believe that adding light to the area is going to support a more vibrant and engaging downtown streetscape. Signage on landmark buildings helps convey a message that this is an active, thriving economic center. 2001 features one of the most architecturally distinctive roof lines in the area with 3 projecting towers. However, without signage or the lighting, these elements are lost at night and visual attention is diverted to other buildings. We believe the proposed signage will also provide light to the adjacent park space and enhancing nighttime visibility, promoting pedestrian safety. There's no residential impact as the property is not adjacent, nor is it facing any residential buildings. And we believe as a result, the illumination will have no adverse impacts or effects on the nearby residents. The signage also plays an important role as a visual anchor, helping to define and reinforce the identity of the downtown core. This reflects a commitment to thoughtful urban design that celebrates architectural merit while supporting public space around goals. I'm going to turn now to my colleague Lee Templin to walk you through some of the zoning timeline. Lee, do you want to take over?
Thank you, Kevin. My name is Lee Templin. I'm from Goulston and Storrs, Land Use Council for the university, and I'll just provide some context for the zoning application and also walk through our anticipated timeline. For background, the property is subject to a PUD that was approved in 1988, which authorized construction of the building. Under the PUD, the ground floor contains retail and the upper stories contain office uses. As Kevin described, the university plans to file a PUD modification with hearing application to modify the PUD in order to, 1, authorize university use as a permitted use on both the ground floor and the upper floors, and also to authorize new building identification signage on the building. University use is actually a by right use in the underlying zone, which is the D5 zone, but the PUD was constructed at a time when it was assumed that office and retail uses were the highest and best uses of the PUD. So there was no contemplation of other uses going into those spaces. Because the uses are dictated by the PUD, it is necessary to modify the PUD to provide university use despite it being by right in the zone. The university sent out a notice of intent on June 2nd and plans to file an application for a modification with hearing sometime this summer. We will then return to the ANC after filing to give a more detailed presentation and to then request a formal vote of support. We also wanted to clarify one point. There was discussion on earlier in this meeting about the historic district. While the Arts Club building is part of the George Washington University Old West End Historic District, which is actually a proffer by the university and a benefit of the campus plan, both this property and the Pepperdine University building next door are not within those boundaries. So we just wanted to clarify that point. We understand that there are a number of concerns and we are happy to discuss all of them. I'll just reiterate, as Kevin said, that we will be back after filing, and this is just the start of the conversation. With that, I'll turn it back to Kevin.
Great. So thank you for your time and consideration. Look forward to any questions that you may have. As Lee said, this is the very beginning of the process. We've been in communication with ANC2A. We've met with the Arts Council of Washington, and we've had continuing conversations with both the ANC2C, with a number of members of this commission, and the Arts Council of Washington. So we have been engaging on this process for many months, and we'll continue to engage as we move forward. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, team, for being here. I'm going to withhold most of my comments on this until such time as an application is actually before the commission, except to say, right now, I do not currently support this proposal. I've not heard from a single person in my single member district who thinks this is a good idea. With that said, I have a few questions. So, much of the conversation that has been had about activation of this space so far, both in the 2C meeting and then sort of by email, seems to be based on the idea that it would be difficult for GW to fill the space with retail at current market rates. And there was some data presented there showing raw vacancies in the area. But, forgive the brashness of this question, I do think it needs to be asked, though. GW's endowment is valued at around $3 billion. The property portfolio is $4 to $5 billion. And I struggle to understand why the community should really care about whether the university is able to fill this space at market rates, as opposed to having to discount it in order to meet the requirements of the PUD. I guess I would just underscore this by saying, the university knew this PUD existed when it bought the building. It understood what the requirements of this PUD were. It doesn't seem to me like it's the community's problem whether or not the university is able to fill that space. And actually, I apologize for the length of this question. The fact that there are so many other vacancies in buildings which do not necessarily have a PUD associated with them seems like it could be in the community's benefit to maintain this agreement that was negotiated, because the university actually has an incentive to try to fill this space however possible, whereas other buildings may have the luxury of waiting for a more preferable or long-term lease, if that makes sense. So I'll stop there and let you respond to that if you'd like.
Sure. So the goal of the endowment is to make sure the university has resources far into the future. And you don't go into your endowment to deal with immediate issues. That would actually be not the way you should handle that. Secondly, I don't know if the university should care what the university. I'm sorry, I don't know if you said that you don't know if the community should care. I would argue that we think it's in the best use that space be occupied, and that space be occupied by putting student-facing activity to bring traffic to that space. At this point, that space has been empty for 2 years. It is clear that the market, if you are a capitalist and you believe the market should determine this, it's clear that there is no market for retail in that space. The DC downtown area has suffered from COVID, and we're not simply going to wish that away. That's a real concern. The university is also pursuing goals to make sure that it serves its primary goal, which is to serve its academic purposes. And helping the community, if we can do that and help the community, we're happy to do that. That's why we believe the best thing that meets both our goals, which is to activate that space and to serve our academic goals, is to put student-facing space there that allows students to use that space, to walk over there, to basically support the other businesses, because as students are over there, they'll be able to visit the other shops. The alternative is to leave the space empty, which I don't think serves anyone's purpose.
And if I could just echo what Kevin is saying, I think it's important to note that the lack of retail in this area, it's not for a lack of retail space. Obviously, that graphic kind of showed that. And these retail requirements were put in place at a time when there was a demand for retail, back when this PUD was approved in 1988. The times have changed, and now we have this surplus of vacant retail. And what we really need are street activating uses to help support the existing retail, which is just what the university will bring to the ground floor. So we need to kind of adjust to the current circumstances to help turn things around so that we can have a more vibrant retail downtown, which I think, as Kevin said, is really our common goal.
Okay, so I appreciate that answer. Now, let's say that for whatever operational reason, and let me just pause here. So I brought up the issue of the scale of the endowment, not because I'm necessarily suggesting that the university would draw from the endowment for whatever purpose. I'm citing these numbers to illustrate the point that from my perspective, and I think from the community's perspective, the university is in a unique position that perhaps other building owners are not in, to think about creative ways to activate this space that would be congruent with the requirements of the PUD, which was negotiated by the community. And I recognize that it was negotiated a long time ago, but it's still in force, and the university still knew that it was in force when it purchased the building. So going back to my question, let's say that for whatever operational reason, the university decided that it would never be willing to lease the space below market rate, approving the exemption or the modification today, that the mandate that would remove the mandate negotiated by the community, that means it's gone forever. Even though it's reasonable to assume that market conditions will eventually improve for the better. And actually, in the first part of the presentation, I think, Kevin, you cited maybe 3 years of vacancy. I would have maybe assumed a longer number. But given that, why should the community make a decision based on short-term market fluctuations? I mean, does the university think that retail conditions in this area are not going to improve? Is there any data suggesting that? Because I would argue that we are potentially at one of the lowest points in terms of the retail market in this part of the city. I mean, we are, as you noted, coming out of COVID. We are currently dealing with massive disruption because of Doge and other things that are happening in the city. These are not our best days, but if we agree to this modification, we agree to it forever. So I'll stop there.
Well, I don't think that. Go ahead, Lee.
I was going to say it's a good point, and I just want to clarify that the university is not requesting to foreclose the retail use, but rather to have flexibility to use university use. So having approval of the modification to have the flexibility for university use to activate the street at this moment does not foreclose retail use in the future. That will still be an option. We are just asking for flexibility for both, basically, if that makes sense.
Right. No, I get that. But right now it's a requirement and it would not be a requirement. So this requirement is the benefit that was negotiated as a prerequisite of the building being built. So, I mean, I appreciate that there's flexibility, and I appreciate that if market conditions improve, that the university might want to bring back retail. What I'm arguing right now is that the university has the ability, more so than any other building owner in the neighborhood, to do something unique and creative to meet the conditions of the PUD. So with that, it's my last question of the night. Is the university open to exploring non-traditional uses that could meet the requirements of the PUD, such as student-run businesses, student art galleries, things like that?
So, Jim, I think we can take that feedback, as we've taken all the feedback back to the leadership, and certainly share that. I think the idea is the university is attempting to fulfill its community benefit by activating the space and utilizing that space. I don't know to what extent it serves anyone's purpose for that space to stay empty at this point.
So again, I mean, I appreciate that answer, and I will just follow up very briefly. I do not think that this is a binary choice between it is filled at market rate or it is empty. The university has the ability to price this competitively because it has a requirement that this.
Jim, I'm just going to cut you off because I can't answer that question. I don't have the ability to answer that question.
I understand.
I can tell you now that the choices that we have in front of us right now is to activate that space as we've described it, or attempt to do something else. I said to you already, we will take back the feedback you've given us in terms of finding other uses, and we will have another attempt to talk about this as we move forward in our next presentation.
Okay, Sean, I see you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So it seems to me that one of the main contours of this argument is that the community values not just the activation of the space, which seems to be the main thing the GW sort of team is talking about, but specifically the activation of this space for something that serves the whole community and not merely students of GW. So given that sort of as you understand it, market conditions are not currently supporting that, and given the community considers that part of the PUD to be like a relevant and tangible asset for the community, if the community is willing to come through and support this PUD change, is GW in return willing to instead guarantee some other form of asset or service that it can supply to the community in place of that space being used for retail?
Sean, I thank you for the question. We clearly hear that. I can't make that promise to you. I can take that information back to the leadership, and we can come back and once we've had a chance to digest that.
Okay, because I think it seems to me the way I'm hearing it, at least the way a lot of community members are seeing this, is that you're essentially asking the community to give you something without providing anything in exchange. And I think that's why a lot of people are upset about this.
We hear
So
that.
I think actually, so the PUD itself provided really a remarkable amount of benefits, and the issuance of permits and certificates of occupancy of the building kind of were evidence that those benefits were satisfied. And we're not requesting additional development incentives here, but as we've said, we envision reactivation of the space as a community benefit, since the currently vacant retail is obviously not a community benefit right now. But the PUD itself offered really, a uniquely significant and ongoing financial benefit, both to the Arts Club and to other organizations. And I'm happy to go through in more detail if you like. But it was a number of community benefits. And I will just say that I think that the university coming into this space and reactivating there are also vacant spaces in the upper story office floors of the building, will help support the community and make a more vibrant and safe downtown.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm mostly just trying to separate the difference between activation that is primarily used only by students versus activation that is sort of used more widely.
Yeah, understood.
I think the chairperson asked me to run this segment, so I'm going to keep doing that until the chairperson chimes back in. So before I go to Vice Chair DeCapo, I did just want to say, correct me if I'm wrong, actually. So it's a question. I'm sorry, we're late in the night. We keep talking about empty or vacant retail space. The 4-5 coffee shop is in this building, right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Right. So the PUD doesn't. We're not just talking about the bank, what used to be the Bank of America. We are also talking about the 4-5 location and whether or not that would continue to be used for retail.
My understanding is that's going to continue to be used for retail. We're not
right
removing that space.
But it wouldn't have to be. That lease would not have to be renewed. It would not have to. That is part of. I just want to clarify for the community. That is part of what we're talking about here. It's not just vacant space. It is also space that is currently retail. That is part of this. Vice Chair DeCapo, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm conflicted on this. I think both sides make very valid points. Kevin, I hear your argument that having an activated space with more foot traffic would be safer. It would bring a incentive to place more retail in the area. And I also hear neighbors' concerns about lighting. When people say neon lights, I think of like 50s diner. I'm sure that's not what you're going to do, but
that's not what we're considering.
I think it, but to that point, I think it would be good if were able to work closely with the Art Center and make sure that the lighting is like on the GW Hospital. That's a good example, I think. However, I would also like to echo the sentiments, and I know you can't make this promise, but I just want to once again re-emphasize my desire for it to be a more creative use of the space than traditional retail, and for it to be something for the entire community and not just GW students. So that's my feedback, and I look forward to seeing how this goes in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson. Colleagues, please use the raise hand feature if you'd like to weigh in before we go to the community for questions and comments on this. I am scrolling through the list. I do not see anyone. Okay, let's go ahead and go to questions and comments from the public. If you would like to weigh in on this, please use the raise hand feature. Our executive director will promote you in the order that your hand is raised. Executive director, please go ahead. think we have Barbara. Barbara is first.
Yes, Barbara, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you. This is Barbara Kalo. I'm an officer of the West End Citizens Association. This is in our neighborhood. We have heard about this. We were not a party back then. We've become more active since that. But first thing to know, this is not in the campus plan boundaries. This would be an expansion of the university outside of the boundaries. I assume they're going to want to expand the campus plan boundaries in the next campus plan. It was a 20-year campus plan. This was never mentioned. And they would have to do that for the next round. And they have to get a special consideration because it's an exemption to it's an expansion of the campus plan. Second, we have already stated in writing to the lawyers of the representing today, the boss of the lawyer, that we are opposed to this PUD amendment in both amendments. Most importantly, retail. Ground floor retail is extremely important to us. We fought for years on the 2100 Pennsylvania Avenue PUD, which is diagonally opposite this, and we were promised we'd have neighborhood serving retail. They did a gotcha number at the last minute, threw in the campus store, which has nothing to do with the general public. It's completely out, and a nightclub. And they were promised to have daycare, and they don't even have the daycare. We were completely snookered on the entire operation. We have very little confidence in anything that's university related. We want retail. We wanted retail there. We want retail now. We will oppose university use on the ground floor, period. And we will make very legitimate arguments about their track record, which has been awful. That's the first thing. The second thing is a lighted sign. I don't care if you have other examples. We are opposed to lighted signs. We have been in all the buildings. We are opposed to lighted signs. Some people haven't, even though we've opposed to it. We will continue to oppose to it. I listened to the Arts Club today. They had very legitimate concerns. It's a very quiet block now because of their building, and this would make it entirely different. But most important to us is do not give up, which is what both Mr. Youngstown, Commissioner Youngstown, and Mr. Malik said. Do not give up the condition we have now for retail, because I don't trust the university at all that whatever they're going to be doing, they screwed us on the campus store, and I think they would do that with admissions office or whatever they're expecting to have to activate that space. We would rather have empty retail because it's over COVID. The federal government will finally straighten itself out, and they will finally be able to get retail again, and that's something that's very important to most of the people on all of our board and most of the people in our community. We want active retail, which we used to have in 2100 Penn. We used to have shoe store, shoe repair, dry cleaners, you name it, things that people need. We don't have any of that now, and we can put that in that space, for example. So we do not want university use, and I hope that the ANC will say no on this instead of its peremptory yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Kevin and Lee, if you would like to jump in response to anyone, feel free to just get my attention. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next public comment or question.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's go ahead and go to Dana.
Thank you for your time and consideration. As a board member and the elected treasurer of the Arts Club of Washington, located in President Monroe's house, which was built in 1805. The Board of Governors, the complete Board of Governors, and the complete trustees of the Arts Club of Washington do not support GWU's proposed change to the original PUD agreement. Currently, GW seems to seek changes to signage on the Monroe building, and it is named the Monroe building, as well as to change space usage. Their proposal, if approved, will definitely negatively impact the Arts Club of Washington, which was established in 1916 and is the oldest nonprofit for the arts, serving thousands, over 10,000 a year, individuals, and including major amounts of free arts programming to Washington, D.C. The branding of the block was created over a 50-year time frame. We have the Monroe Park, we have the Monroe Building, and we have the historic Monroe House. what we have heard from within George Washington University is that there is a plan to move their admissions office, which is a pillar of the university, next to the Arts Club of Washington in their newly purchased building. The Arts Club is in danger due to increased traffic on the block and makes the Monroe Park a potential base of student protests and encampments. Note that GW has gated off its previous encampment area, which happens to be located directly in front of GW's Monroe Hall, a dorm that leaves our district, the Arts Club of Washington, and the Monroe Park very vulnerable. I need to mention that I'm a professor emeritus of GW, a former department chair, and a graduate actually of GW, and I'm deeply saddened by GW's lack of communication and aggressivity in this conversation, because we would like to move forward as neighbors. My educated perspective on this issue is that GW is, I believe, the second largest landholder of the District of Columbia, through which it doesn't pay taxes on its buildings and has considered its endowment as its real estate for many years. As a volunteer board member of the Arts Club of Washington, I believe deeply in its arts programming and inclusivity. The Arts Club of Washington has maintained this over 100 years. Now, GW is entering a time of deep turmoil, which I have mentioned to GW. Mr. Days will hopefully have heard about what we have mentioned, and I'll list them in a moment. Its Jewish students just last month filed a lawsuit against the university for being a hostile environment for Jewish students. Furthermore, GW is under federal investigation for the same issue. Our major donors, many of whom are Jewish, have expressed that GWU is a negative institution. Thus, GWU's proposed signage, which I don't believe aligns with the district, is a negative impact. It will have a negative impact on our donor base as well as our business. This is especially concerning at a moment when the Arts Club is just reformulating and reopening its kitchen, which had a kitchen fire 3 years ago. We have suggested to GW in writing, although they are not communicative in a timely fashion and did not share that they would be here tonight with us, even though they said they would. But we have shared with them different ways that we could build a relationship. Place signage in front of their building that honors the legacy of President Monroe and the President Monroe building. 2, make their GWU name much smaller than proposed and properly lit according to the block. 3, properly label the Monroe building with its actual Monroe building name. Pay for the design and installation of a statue of President Monroe and signage to be placed in the Monroe Park. Make a donation to the Arts Club of Washington to build a relationship that offsets business and donation losses that can be used for ADA updates. Because the club's air rights are tethered to their building, and there was a cash payment to the Arts Club in 1986, there is a precedent for remuneration for potential damages to the club. We have air rights that are tethered to their building, and we have only for the first time last month received payment on time for those rights. Work with the club on a security plan for the block. This is extremely important to us, and we have been dismissed by Ms. Zinn, unfortunately, upon our request for conversation about this. So when Mr. Days says he's had a conversation or there's been a conversation with the Arts Council, do you mean the Arts Club or the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. It was the Arts Club. We've had a meeting. We've had written communication with you.
We had one unsuccessful meeting, which then we wanted transparency.
Excuse me.
Writing.
I'm trying to respond to you.
I'm responding to that.
Dana, I'm gonna let Kevin. I'm gonna ask Kevin to respond, and then
okay.
If you want to respond to that, I'll give you a few more seconds. I apologize. I put in the chat that I asked you to wrap up. We are, it is 11 o'clock at night, so I appreciate that comment though. So let's let Kevin go, and then I'll come back to you.
Thanks.
Okay, point of order. I ask that everyone keep their dialogue respectful, and please don't overtalk one another. That's all I'm gonna say as the
Thank you.
chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
We had a meeting. We've responded in writing at least twice to the Arts Council. We asked for an additional meeting to discuss this, and we're not responded to. We've responded in time. A number of the issues that the Arts Club have mentioned are of serious concerns to the university. We take these issues very seriously. We devote tons of energy to making all students feel safe, including our Jewish students. We take anti-Semitism very seriously. GW is among a number of universities across the country that are struggling with this issue. It is inaccurate to say we have not responded to this issue. It's inaccurate to say that we've not responded to the Arts Council. It's inaccurate to say that we're being aggressive. We're engaging in the public conversations around this project. We've listened and heard tons of feedback. We are taking that feedback and taking it back to the leadership. I think we're trying to work with the community to come to a solution that satisfies all of us. I don't think it's accurate to say that we've been aggressive or non-responsive. I think commissioners who've worked with me and the university would say that we respond to conditions. We do not always come to agreement. We can't promise that we will come to agreement, but our attitude is that we work with you, we listen to your concerns, and where possible, we try to meet them. We are not always able to do that. We are not always able to do that because our concerns, our primary concern as a university is to fulfill our academic mission. And sometimes that takes us in directions that the community just doesn't agree with, and that's fine. But there's no reason to make these, to work through this process to be confrontational and unpleasant. We hear your concerns, we're taking notes, we're going to bring it back to leadership. We may not reach agreement, but it's not because we haven't tried or we're dismissive or we're not trustworthy. We have different goals. We're trying to manage those goals by working with the community.
Okay, Dana, if you want, I'll give you 30 seconds and then we've got
Absolutely. I think it's important, Mr. Days, to understand that our requests that were done months ago, we were responded with, I guess, 2 months later, saying with a dismissive response from Ms. Zinn. So you're saying that we didn't want a meeting. What we said to Ms. Zinn was we wanted to see in writing what your response would be to our questions before we met, because we wanted to engage our board as well as our trustees at that meeting. Not all of our trustees were interested, of course, because the board runs the club and the trustees run the endowment. So I think that Mrs. Zinn had a complete misunderstanding or conveyed something very different. Her conversation was also very dismissive of our concerns around Jewish issues and our funders. And that was,
I'm sorry. I just think that's not accurate. It's just not accurate. Hold on. I'm not going to let him attack a person.
Everyone.
Right? I'm not going to let him attack a person that way. That is not an accurate description.
Everyone.
Okay.
This is Chairperson Patel.
I'm trying to answer the question.
Everyone, I need you to all calm down.
I don't think I'm being upset. I think I'm asking him not to attack a person, a colleague of mine. I think his claim that we did not take his concerns seriously is just inaccurate. It's just inaccurate. I've worked with you guys for 7 years. I'm telling you, we take those concerns very seriously. There was a list of concerns that took time to work through our response. We requested a personal meeting, a face-to-face meeting, to get additional information about what the exact concerns were.
Multiple times.
So I think I'm fine with disagreeing with where we are, but I will not stand for somebody to personally attack a colleague and characterize the interaction, because I was part of that. I'm on those emails, Dana. I've seen the emails. We were respectful. We requested opportunities to chat, and I think you are mischaracterizing this engagement. That's fine if you disagree.
Okay,
But I'm not going to allow you to attack a colleague.
I think that both parties in this conversation have had a chance to work through some things here. I think this conversation can continue not in this public meeting, and then we will have at least one more public meeting on this matter. Hopefully, we're able to all talk through this, after today, and try to focus on areas where we can work together and collaborate and come to some agreement. It's a heated conversation. I appreciate everyone's perspective. We have to move on. I've got a couple more people who'd like to speak here. We're going to go to Stephen.
Thank you.
Stephen, you have been promoted.
Thank you very much. I'm Stephen Lintner. I'm a member of the Arts Club. And obviously, you heard in the very beginning of the meeting some of the concerns that my colleagues raised. And then quite clearly, you've heard very strongly the types of concerns that Dana has. One of the things that I would like to get an understanding, and I think it would have to be a follow-up, is you have made a presentation, you've walked through the approach you've made, but you have not specifically talked about the process, the next steps, the timing, how one would do the engagement. It would be extremely helpful if the university team can provide the public, including people related to the Arts Club of Washington, with a stepwise understanding of the process you're using for the PUD update that is proposed, the schedule that you're anticipating to use, and the specific opportunities we would have to have constructive dialogue on this issue so that we're able to work this thing through and come up with a reasonable solution that respects everyone's interests and concerns. That is something I did not see today. I heard that there was a process, but I think we need to have that be much more specific and something that is shared so we can collaboratively look at this. And I think would also help the ANC in dealing with this. Thank you very much.
Sure, and I can provide a little bit of information on that. So as I think I mentioned, we had sent out a notice of intent on June 2nd, which started a 45-day notice period to alert. The notice goes out to the ANC and to property owners within 200 feet of the property. And so we are, I think now technically beyond that 45-day period. So we are still within the, pre-filing period with the Zoning Commission. We are putting together right now the package, the application materials, which includes plans and renderings of the sign and other components of the plans. And we will share that with the ANC, and it will be available once we file the application, which will be sometime this summer. After we file the application, we will come back to this ANC. We will also be going back to ANC 2C because they are technically an affected ANC because they are located across 20th Street. And then we will give presentations of the application that we have filed. And at that point, we will request a formal vote of support of the ANC. So that will be an additional opportunity for community engagement and for this kind of dialogue. And then after, those meetings, after the Office of Planning weighs in, there will be a public hearing, which will be a further opportunity to discuss all of the community feedback and comments. And then that is where the Zoning Commission considers the application.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Next up, we have Jameson.
Jameson, you've been promoted.
Thank you so much. I think it is vital to point out that nothing said this evening by the representatives of GW addresses the issue of disrespect. The difference between a bank and GW occupying the space in question is the nature of what would be brought to the block. And it just simply seems disrespectful. This is a powerful university, one that seems more interested in real estate acquisition than anything else, one that has little regard for the historic block that GW is aiming to manipulate under a lot of controversy. And it's clear to our community, both those that attend our public events, who will be sending their feedback and comments to the ANC, and thank you very much for having an avenue for receiving those. But there is a noticeable lack of any interest in investing in the historic I Street block, which does attract a lot of interest. And we have an immediate community of at least 5,000 people that attend our public events. We have an understood commitment to, presenting emerging artists across all mediums and presenting free public programs. And nothing heard tonight underscores how GW plans to explain the perception that it is weaponizing legal lingo, basically, to try and alleviate concerns about all the potential negative impacts for this plan. And from what I've been told, GW has done an insufficient job of alleviating, fears about creating major disruption. And thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for that comment. Do we have any further public questions or comments on this? Okay, well, overall, I think this has been a productive conversation. Kevin, Lee, appreciate you all being here and answering our questions. I look forward to more dialogue on this. Let's please stay in touch as a commission. We'll keep working through these issues. I hope that you take this feedback back to leadership and that we can talk about what some next steps might look like. But just really appreciate the forthright conversation that we had tonight. So thanks for being here and doing that.
Thank you. We'll be in touch.
Okay, I will yield back to our chairperson.
Thank you, Commissioner Malik. I do not share the same opinion that you do, that this was a productive segment. No one should come to our meeting and get attacked and have to be disrespected. And while you may not agree with that, I need to state that for the record. That
is an unreasonable thing to say, that I do not agree with your assessment that people should not be disrespected. We just had a 30 or 45-minute conversation about this, and I believe that the majority of it was productive. I am not saying that one disrespectful comment, that was productive.
Well, it shouldn't have been said in the first place. And you can't control other people, but I, as the chair, have to take responsibility for when our stakeholders do get offended or insulted or things get said sideways. And so that was not acceptable. And I need that to be said for the record. Seeing no further business being conducted, I'm going to move that we adjourn the meeting. Time is 11:17 p.m. We are meeting for our next regularly scheduled meeting is for Wednesday, September 17th for 7 p.m. It will be virtual only. Please enjoy the August recess, colleagues. Thank you for all of your hard work. It is appreciated. Have a good night.